I am thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am thy rock. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks, two solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rake, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maideth man. In the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low. Easy rate, see specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still an ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation stand strong. Thy attention from the chosen act, lost all these things in one are powered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss, if thou restrain the expression shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. Crowley! Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, 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 Pan. I am one man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. Eopan, Eopan,
slashes with beak and claw. Gods withdraw, the great beasts come your pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born, I am the lion race on the rocks through solstice stern to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rant, everlasting world will end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan, be all Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, to us thou wilt as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts call me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of fox, and I rave, and I rave. I king, the maiden, Maynard, man, and the mile of
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of Topan. Eopan, Eopan, pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great I am thy man, God of thy flock. I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy God. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reign, and I reign, and I reign, and I reign, everlasting world without end. Maniki of Pan. Your Pan. Yo pam 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 pam. Yo pam. Yo pam 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 pam. Yo pam. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten.
Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity, oh.
Poor geography and
This is why earlier I said this is critical.
okay.
Make up for it. Put 2 lines under that. Make up for it.
That's right.
It's exactly the same question Emrose was asking earlier. How come we haven't changed and we're still doing the same thing in terms of conflict despite thousands of years?
Okay, Ambrose, you can take over because I have to handle my daughter now. But I assume you know where I'm going with this. Please complete it and help
Tell
me.
Natasha I said hi.
I will do.
Okay.
Okay, can we
sorry to
have a
interrupt you,
small
sir.
commercial break? Mr. Bean, I want you to listen to Rolf and tell me who is speaking. Rolf, can you say something to Mr. Bean and don't tell him what I'm thinking?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm from London and I'm really interested in politics and I follow the war on Iran and, you know, I come on X Spaces sometimes and I'm a good friend of Emrose. She's very good people.
Who is it, Mr. Bean?
From London?
Who does he sound like?
Not Tony Blair.
Oh, come on, Bean, it's so easy.
Sounds more like him than
I guess
Hawes, he sounds like Hawes. He's like Hawes' twin.
I don't hear Hawes that much, so
Oh, come on.
he's Hawes is not
Well, I tried, it didn't work.
No worries. I should have kept my name as
Oh,
Hawes,
actually,
but-
now I understand what it is. Basically, Rolf, a lot of the people outside of Britain being of the nation and its
conversation we're having is patriotism dying when we're speaking about Trumpism. I think the reason was Louis XIV, I am the state, right? Where if you don't have fealty to
The argument was whether the Democratic Socialists were anti-patriotic, not whether Trump was anti-patriotic. And Louis XIV and Caligula have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, actually, in one of the, in my opinion, one of the responsibilities is the wrong word, but being an American is all about questioning our leaders. Our Constitution, our Bill of Rights was made up primarily because our citizens do not trust the government. Our Constitution is based on the fact of checks and balances of the American citizens' lack of trust in the government. It's perfectly patriotic to question our leaders, but when you go to tear down the system i.e. birthright citizenship, i.e. eviscerate the United States Senate. My humble opinion.
And the U.S. Supreme Court, Steve.
And the U.S. Supreme Court, thank you. That is
and
unpatriotic.
They want to decimate all three branches. They want some sort of parliamentum in which the leader for the country is chosen out of the Congress, want a unicameral legislature, and they want the Supreme Court to be subservient to the legislature.
Yeah, so
I could even take it.
Hold on, come on, Steve. Let me get in there, bro.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So a re-envisioning of our branches of government, how our government operates, is definitely not unpatriotic.
That's not a re-envisioning, concrete. That's
One second, please. Thank you. So you're not going to suss out whether or not somebody is patriotic by their ideas on how things should run in America, when obviously those ideas are based on the idea of continuing America in an improved way. So to categorize somebody as being unpatriotic because they think that there should be an alternate structure in our government is just like hand waving.
Well, then it wouldn't be America.
It's not an alternate America. It's not an alternate structure to figure out something in between it. It's a complete revamp of the US.
A revamp is still going to have America operating as a country, a nation, and the people.
Yes.
Even if you think that the government should operate different.
The founders never intended. The founders
put in means to change the system
in which you had mixed direct democracy and a oligarchic style Senate. Also, with an executive
institute ways to change the system.
Constitutional amendment.
Yes. Okay, great. So that means that they understood that things could change, and in fact, because of the changing times and dynamics, sometimes they should change, could change, and should change. So
I don't think
these are illegal. Even if it were by means of like illegal means, you still wouldn't say unpatriotic, because the people that founded the nation engaged in illegal activities for the founding of the nation.
Sure, but these people openly advocate for at least some of them the bringing down the destruction of the United States from within. These people are anti-American, and I also. It's been this way for well over a century, but generally people today, I think the Democrat socialists are kind of like LARPer left-wing populists, but throughout history, they're generally pretty much against nationalism and any kind of national patriotism. In fact, that's really been their enemies. They went against the moderates, and of course they went against the right wing throughout history. So to say that they can be patriotic, no, they want to break down all of these hierarchical structures and having a nation that to be proud of and its people. They think that they see that as in a way as oppressive and as otherizing other groups of people. These people want to completely open up our fucking borders too. They've said that. They're not for America.
They also want to eliminate the police departments as well.
Yeah, I don't think these approaches, this approach to like categorizing your opponent that you disagree with in the like worst light possible, like pointing to the most unhinged,
accurate light,
pointing to the most unhinged aspects of the group. I don't think that's very helpful. I don't think that's helpful if you ever hope to like have a meeting of the minds. And that in and of itself is something that would help the furtherance of the country, right? To have a meeting of the minds of the opposing sides to come to like some form of agreement and not this painting your enemy in the worst light possible to rile up the base, right? I think it's very lazy. I think it's very anti-intellectual, and I think it doesn't benefit anybody. And you don't like it when they do it. You don't like it when they just paint you as racist dummies, right? Unintelligent, racist dummies. You don't like that.
So why engage in the same type of rhetoric?
When people
over simplistic rhetoric.
But nobody's doing that. That would be wrong.
Exactly what you just did.
All lefties are radicals, but it's like saying, well, the DSA has always been kind of radical, just like the Nazis have. Most would say they're radical, even though not all right wingers are. So no, it's pretty fair to label them a certain way because of what they've said and what they've done. And look, they were very active, particularly in the 60s. You can look at what they were even saying back then. This is not a moderate or, in my opinion, sensible group of people.
Why do you guys think they're gaining traction?
I think they're gaining traction because they're signing up new voters 18 to 34. And I think the 18 to 34 age group is more about rich paying more taxes so they can get more services and don't have to work so much. And there's also a sense of entitlement. Everybody's entitled to a home. Everybody is entitled to a universal income. Everybody is entitled. Everybody is entitled. Not entitled to have nobody has a right to live in Beverly Hills conditioning in the summer, but that's where I draw the line.
Wait a minute, Steve.
I wanted to add in to what Steve was saying. What Steve said, plus burgeoning wealth inequality that is worse than the Gilded Age, healthcare and food prices taking up at least 30% in each one. As I understand, healthcare prices are about 30% of overall paychecks.
Thank you. I forgot about healthcare. Yeah,
food prices. As I understand, food prices have gotten to about 25% of paychecks, and that hardship in America in populist times gives us more socialistic leaning candidates, in particular wealth inequality and inability to make a living wage. That for people will make them radical every time and twice on Sunday. So I think what Steve said plus what I said.
Steve, just a quick question. You said that you don't think that everybody should be able to live in Manhattan or Beverly Hills. Do you think it's?
I said everybody does not have a right to
correct.
do. I didn't say that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yes. Do you think it's normal to have multiple cities in large metro areas where someone who is like of median income can't afford to live anywhere in the metro?
Well, that's just the point. I don't believe that is the case.
You don't think it's the case that there are cities where you can't live anywhere in the metro unless you make a lot of money?
I think it's the case where not everybody can afford to live in the best parts of the city. We can take Los Angeles, for example, and I pointed out Beverly Hills. But there are, which of course is one of the most, if not the most expensive place to live in Los Angeles, but there are 4 million people living in the city of Los Angeles, 1 million in the county. There are absolutely places in Los Angeles where people can afford to live. You want a specific example? You can get a 2-bedroom apartment for $2,000 a month. You can get a 1-bedroom apartment for $1,000 to $1,500 a month, but they're not in the best places in Los Angeles. I mean, the best places you're going to pay $4 or $5 grand for a 1-bedroom.
Wait, you can get a 1-bedroom for that little in Los Angeles? You cannot get it for that little in Boston, I'll tell you that.
Same thing is true for New York. You can have moderate income and live in New York.
I would say that
the worst, like a house in the worst neighborhood in Boston will run you like $500K and need a ton of work. $600K.
I would say that Steve's position is anti-American. The level of antipathy.
You think my position is anti-American?
The level of antipathy towards America.
Wow.
That's
that they don't deserve to work hard and have their only what you implied that they don't deserve to.
You're just not listening.
They don't have the right to own a
Steve, why don't
home.
you tell them what
It's
you said?
insane.
He didn't hear you.
That type of callousness is what's wrong with this country.
Steve, tell them what you asked.
When Americans who made.
Can I repeat what I said before, and then you can criticize me? Let me repeat what I said, okay? Nobody has the location, okay? Everybody has the right to own a home as long as you can work and food over the table and like that. But nobody has the right to own a home in Beverly Hills.
I don't know, man. I just looked it up. The median rent for a one bedroom in Boston is $3,000 to $4,000.
Yeah, but remember I said we weren't talking the median. We were talking you could find a place, not the median.
No. But I mean that means that like there's probably almost no places that are 1,000. Right, that's so far away from.
I did say 1,500 to 2,000, right?
I mean that'd be hard to find. Right?
I mean, Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, there's places in the Midwest, perhaps, but major metropolitan, even here in Phoenix, where we were known for being pretty affordable. I mean, I think it'd probably be around the 2,500 range. But like the East Coast cities, the major cities like Boston and New York City, I mean, what did you say? It's about 3 to 4.
It's 3 to 4 for a one bedroom, and you also have to factor in that like this. We're not talking about like kids who just graduate from college. A one bedroom is not big enough if you have kids, right? Like it's just not. And like boomers did not do that, right? They were not in one bedrooms with their kids, like by and large.
On the street that I live on,
income.
there are 800 square foot houses for well over $1 million.
Yeah, you have to compare the median income to then the median rent, right? Who can afford these $3,000 a month? What kind of income do they have to have? And is that close to the median?
No, those are no working class kids can afford that. No kids who didn't go to college.
Can I address the point that Steve made?
That's a very wise
Because I got
point.
moved down and over talked because you didn't like what I was saying.
Just don't interrupt.
Really simple. You're a weirdo, as usual.
Thank you. Just don't
Concrete, you're in the
interrupt.
So
wrong
you interrupted me.
man. These people are way over your head.
Thank you. Michaela, want to say that again? Because that was a good point.
Yeah, I think you have to compare the median income to the median rent for whatever area you're looking at.
That's a brilliant point.
Yeah, you need to make $90K in order to afford $3,000 a month,
right.
and that's assuming no kids, right? That's not that like the average kid who didn't go to college, which is most kids, cannot afford a $3,000 a month rent. They can't afford $2,000.
So the kids are all living with their parents, is that it?
Yes. In fact, yeah, actually, in my neighborhood where I grew up, there are a bunch of kids who I grew up with on my street who are still living in their bedrooms and have their children in the same house they grew up in.
Wow.
Yeah, they can't afford to live anywhere in the metro.
They couldn't
if you don't go to college.
About the half a dozen people that you know, but I would say that there are people living in Boston, New York, and Los Angeles at every level of income and at every level of housing. So it is not accurate to say that there are cities in which people cannot afford to live at a given income.
Well, Boston is.
All right, now let me ask Adam a question. And Adam, do you think everybody in the country, if they wanted to, has a right to live in Boston? And I don't mean 300 million people converging on Boston.
Who is making this argument?
Let me rephrase. Does anybody in the country who wants to live in Boston, do they have an absolute right to live in Boston?
Who is making this argument?
The way I'll answer this, Steve, is when you were growing up and when you were an adult, when you turned 20, 25, any person could in fact have lived in Boston. People who didn't have to do this, it's not like you guys had to do this, right? Like you guys definitely didn't have to live in the times where you needed in the 90s.
Right to live in Boston.
In the 90s and the 2000s.
I'd love to hear Adam just for a minute or two. I'd love to hear Adam respond.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the 90s and 2000s, a person who was, if you went to undergrad, you could certainly live in Boston and New York and not be super strapped in terms of your income. You could live in the nicest places, obviously, I'm not saying that, right? but you could afford it. Like neither of my parents went to college and they both own their home. No person who doesn't go to college now is buying a home in Boston.
But
We just aren't making enough money. There's no way.
Adam, can I ask? My dad's from there. I've been to Boston several times. The last time I've been there is the early 2000s. I did hear that, like, for example, Southie, my dad grew up in the northern north end or whatever the fuck they call it, and have family in Revere. I remember Revere was supposedly a lot more affordable.
And that's one of the places that I stayed, right near the beach. Love Revere.
So I'm just curious. It's my understanding. Is it true that like Southie and a lot of the lower income neighborhoods have been like they bulldozed a lot of that shit down and put like really expensive real estate there? And
yeah,
is it affordable places like Revere?
No, Revere is not affordable either. Median home price in Revere is $600K. I just looked it up. Right, so Revere is like the stereotype is it's like a poor area. Dude, the poorest parts of Boston have median home prices of like $500,000 now. I'm trying to tell you, you can't just say, well, you can go to a bad neighborhood and live there. It's not used to be an option. It is not an option now. You cannot just buy in a bad neighborhood because a bad neighborhood is expensive too.
This is just not accurate. This is like
So
you're
it's
just
not
making
as-
this up out of yourself.
It's not as expensive as a
There
nice
are
neighborhood.
people at every income level right now living in your city of Boston.
Yes, but those
And to
people,
pretend-
those people
that's the point that
own
we're
homes
making.
though.
And
And those
there
people
are
own
people
homes.
at every income level living in New York.
Yes, the
And there are
people
people at every income level living
in
in
rent
Los Angeles.
subsidized in rent
I'm trying
subsidized
to-
apartments.
I'm
Those are
trying to
incumbents.
It sounds like you don't have really a point. And
No,
the
I'm
question
making
for you-
my point just
Okay,
fine.
I don't think you made any point.
I am. I'm speaking to
Do you
Steve.
think everybody has a right to
So-
live in Boston?
so
And your
the-
answer is no, they don't.
The difference is that the people you are talking about are incumbents.
I'm not talking about any
a lot
people.
of in Boston, a lot of the people who don't make a lot of money who live in the cities, they own their own homes, so they're insulated from housing costs because they don't rent, right? They don't
As you
rent.
suggested, there are
So-
poor people, middle income people.
Same. This isn't the same as like an individual trying to come in, right? They couldn't make a go of it
Well,
now,
what point
unless
do
they
you
make
make?
a lot of money, right? So that's the end. I think people understand my point.
Yeah.
I don't think
What has
you
caused-
understand your point.
What has caused the cost of housing to go up?
I got what you were saying, Adam.
It can.
Well, that one's easy. That one's easy. It's called supply and demand.
That's right, and people are paying these higher prices. If they can't afford it, the prices are gonna come down, right?
The thing that's making the costs go up is that we've had in all of the major cities a massive influx of corporations. In a lot of the major cities, the companies have moved back directly into the cities proper. They now have less population than they did in the 1950s, even though things are way more expensive because they've been downzoned. So units housing or commercial districts, and there's simply not as much housing in the cities as there used to be. So like
Yeah.
Boston's like 100K off its maximum number that it ever had in like the 40s, even with the housing being so expensive today.
Yeah, but it's not just in the major cities that the cost of housing is almost out of reach.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah, apparently you can make $100,000 in Los Angeles and still be homeless.
That's right. So what is causing costs to stay so high if people can't afford it?
What I've read is 2008 financial crash. We had, I don't know if people remember the 99 Weekers. They were disproportionately people working in construction, because remember, when the crash happened, obviously it was a housing crash after the financial crash. And you had people who worked in the construction fields just leave the field entirely because it was for years, right? And we stopped building housing, even though millennials were coming online as adults in 2008. And we simply are way behind.
It is so location oriented. I've sold two houses. One, I bought a house for $1 million on the ocean front. And 4 years later, I doubled my money and sold it for $2 million. The house I'm in now, I bought for $1 million, but now I'm only on a creek, and it's only worth It took 20 years to double. It took 20 years.
I also think it's the fact that we're in a situation where, you know how like people present the graph that says that the middle class is shrinking, and it's because a significant share of what would have been middle class has moved into the upper middle class. I think that's correct, but I think the way that they're kind of fact that means that then over middle class people, the ones who didn't move up, because now you have this. You get the upper middle class income are simply outcompeted.
And I would argue that the middle class is not disappearing, it is widening. That the middle class is just becoming bigger. And by the way, somebody's going to ask, and I will tell you that my understanding, the definition of the middle class is that which makes two-thirds of the median income at the low end and twice the median income at the high end. So at the start of this year, if memory serves correct, that would be between $60,000 and $200,000 a year is the middle class, which bolsters my opinion that the middle class is widening, not disappearing.
But the difference is like people who make 60K can't live in the same neighborhoods as people who make 200K, right? Like
unless you're a two-income family and you have two people making 60K, then that's 120K.
Also, some cities provide for things like affordable housing, so they give people who have limited income housing in the same buildings where they're charging people full rent. That's a big New York feature.
Steve is wrong, right? Like people with two incomes on 60K don't live on 60K, they live on 120K. They're not 60K income, just mathematically, right? Yeah. So kind of definitionally, we're not talking about the same people.
Well, all I can say is this: look, if you, what's the average income today?
Somewhere around 60K. 67, somewhere around that.
Fair enough. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. $25 an hour, 40 hours a week is 50K. That's $25 an hour at 2,000 hours. That's 50K. Two-income family, that's $100,000. It is what it is.
Wait, most people don't make 50K as a single earner.
Yeah, you said they make 60K.
No, I said they make 60K as a family income. Right.
Well,
the average income as an individual earner is like 35K.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. Yes, positive. Median income in the United States for a family is like, or for a household is like 70K.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
Where are you?
I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
supreme and terrible God, who made us the gods and death, to tremble before Him.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thread and the word of madness and mystery. Open, open, pum, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, open, pum, 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 I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am open, pan, 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 pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rave and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, the might of Pan. Eopan, pum, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. I am thy man.
The solstice govern to equinox, and I rave and I reap and I rip and I run, everlasting world without end. Money king made and the might of on. Pan, pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one power, timed at the midnight blossom flood. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Last all these things in one or power, timed at the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance holds afar. O brother of the silver star. Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye.
wrecked of thorny pine, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, oh, Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, dogs withdraw, the great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Maiden, 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 in the mind of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan. Eopan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound with cerements of will. The corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort, the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of thought unstirred. Burn up the being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolong. Pay attention from the chosen last, all these things in one are powered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rules
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward.
Wind, soul like a flame, strength and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Prolong thy distract, thy attention from the chosen act.
Last all these things in one o'erpowered. Time that the midnight dance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Leave thee here, thou art the master, revere thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. Early on, early
Give me the sign of the open eye and token erecta, thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, pum, 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 pum. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as if great God can. Open, pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Heel pod, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan.
Yep.
My mom paid $108 a month rent. I remember it very vividly.
Mm-hmm. Is there still rent control in New York?
There still is rent control in New York and rent stabilization.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And there's not only that, there's also affordable housing. So if you're an immigrant, like the cab driver or Uber driver I had the other night, you put your name on a list, and over time, you get to live in affordable housing in a beautiful area with all kinds of services. There were also things like Stuyvesant Town and Peter Cooper Village that were created by insurance companies to make affordable park-like spaces for working class families. So, yes, New York is an interesting juxtaposition of rich and poor and middle class. So I'm not saying that people are not concerned about...
Yeah, but it's hard to compare the rest of the country to New York.
Yeah, New York.
It's in the same way that it's hard to compare the rest of the country to Houston or Los Angeles.
Definitely. I agree.
All I mean by it's harder to compare is because it's so big and because there are so many industries there. If you look at where I live and you were to compare it to Houston, there are just a lot of different things. Like we have more working class people who live in the Rio Grande Valley than I would say make up a good part of Houston, right? About 3.5 million people, something like that. And Houston's got a couple million people. Just the bigger cities, while they're very diverse and very business set.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Frigid dust thou mayst abhor, babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a wingless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong. Slave and God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Grasp all these things in one powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not dwell. God's plainly expression shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart I leave thee here.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort fidget waves that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless calm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen in the midst, no atom of hand. Still every whisper of the wind, soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy throws thy attention from the chosen land. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling blue. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. O Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pan, 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 I am awake. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast come me. O Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, O Pani, O Pan, Pan, Pan. I am I am my man, God of thy flock, I am God, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and lasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, O Pani, O Pani, O Pani. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Yo pam pam, pam pam pam. I am open. Yo pan, yo pan, yo pan pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast comes. Your pen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pan, mate, I am diamond, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, pain at night, in the might of Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Watch, rigid thus thou mayst award the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway it softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of a profound entity. Thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, fixed on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper. Next, still the ecstasy, prolonged by meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things and one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yes, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou with strained expression shoots thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and strength. O brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. O Pam, O Pam, we O Pam, O Pam, 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 Pam. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pam, O Pam, O Pam, O Pam, O Pam, Pam. I am a wing in the grip of a snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, the old I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pam, the old Pam, the old Pam, Pam, Pam. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man, in the might of Pan, 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 Theo,
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm below, easy, regular, and slow. So let thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slain even should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Lost all these things in one or powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoot, thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even pierce to the heart. I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and a word of madness and mystery, open,
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come, O Pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am
I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Be your Pan, be your Pan, 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 be your Pan, be your Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast calm me upon. I am born to death on the hold of the unicorn. I am flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rape and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. My king made a maynard man in the might of
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pum, 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 I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me upon. To death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I reap and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mighty King, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. and is not begotten.
Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost.
Supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone.
Unity uttermost.
I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open line and the token erect of thorny side and the word of madness and mystery. Open, I am do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the slave. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pan, 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 pan.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of 25 and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. To us the world has a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come up, and I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. The solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I run, everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, dead on the might of Pan. Pan, 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 The great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy third to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from send brings in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turn inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Blast all these things in one or power, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, Oh, brother of the silver star, crying. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny pine, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, Eopen, 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 fun, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, Eopen, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. Gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Eopen, Eopen, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, made of man in the mind of Pan. Eopen, Eopen, Pan, Pan, Eopen. Eopen.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thou mayst abort, below, easy, regular and slow, so that thy pure and calm swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a stirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen end. All these things in one o'erpowered time that the is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Hear thy radiance.
Thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs enhance,
Hour after hour thy vigilance.
intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Six on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of wind.
So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
All right, it's been a gentleman. We're gonna put on Clownhouse 4 o'clock break. Here we go.
Announced that there is just one party. They called it of Iranians, the party name. So Shah had one party system, and every Iranian has to. So Shah politically wasn't at all liberal, though.
I don't disagree with you on this. I can't argue with you on that. I remember, but the Ayatollah gives the kinds of things that you and I both democracy and a rule-based order and free trade. And what he brought instead was a insane, apocalyptic, genocidal, expansion, imperialistic.
Wikipedia, I don't know if that's still a valid source.
We moved a little beyond it.
No, we're looking on. But on August 19th, dang, we're coming up. Are we on the anniversary day?
Yeah, I was thinking. That's the wicked. It's inaccurate that they orchestrated the coup.
Let me read it.
August
19th. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, I was speaking. On August 19th, 1953, somebody do the math, is that 76 years ago? The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and British intelligence, MI6, orchestrated a coup d'etat codenamed Operation Ajax and Operation Boot. That overthrew.
Not accurate.
Hold on a minute. If I can't. I'm just reading history. sir.
No, you're just Wikipedia, and you've already corrected. That's not history.
I'm just reading the history that overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. I can't say his name correctly.
His name is Mossadegh.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. The joint operation strengthened the absolute rule of pro-Russian monarch Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The coup happened because the Prime Minister Mossadegh nationalized Iran's oil industry in 1951, cutting out the British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company, later known as British Petroleum. I'll land.
Yeah, but we moved back to that was in the year 1953. We've already disturbing it, by the way. That was already in 1953, and Iran had a democracy. Well, so actually, Mossadegh is out of the parliament. No, they had a democracy. They had a democracy. They instituted. They put the Shah of Iran in Shah. He represented a separate political party.
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he was the Shah before the coup, right? And there was a fight about who controls the acting government. The Shah. So the Shah, at the time, the Shah and Mossadegh, they left Iran. This was more, I guess it was. He said August 1953, but this was. I think
the Shah, when the Shah took office over the country, outside, he was in office outside of what Iran actually had. You got to understand that. No, that is correct, because America, the country I was born in, was trying to confiscate all their oil, point blank. No, they didn't confiscate. Yes, they did. They did not confiscate. Yes, they did. Them and the UK. You are inaccurate. You know what I do understand this. No, I do understand this. You know what I'm saying? The fact is that I even shouldn't be speaking English right now, because I was under another culture and another language. Point blank.
Okay. I don't know what's going on.
This guy is trying to give America a clean bill of what they're trying to do.
Clean bill, but I think you got it fucked up. The Shah existed before the coup. You do understand that, right?
Say that the Shah didn't exist, but he wasn't in full power.
Right. So the fight was who actually controlled the government.
Right, and they America, along with the UK, made sure that the Shah of Iran, because it would be more conducive for America to be able to get the oil. Because you gotta understand that America was already over there, like the Shah of Iran did exist. You know what I'm saying? But they were over there to get the oil. That's the whole point.
That part of what you're saying is it doesn't matter. The Shah, she is correct that the Shah was in Iran.
I did not. Are you saying that because I'm saying that I'm in the denial of that?
No.
The Shah of Iran in 1953 was not in total control. In 1952, in 1951, he was not in total control.
1953 is when they went after. Never mind.
So what I was trying to say, if you just let me say it, she is correct, Shu, that he had fled the country and then returned to power. But you are correct in that the Shah was not in total control of Iran by any stretch of the imagination. It was a coup for oil, which is the reason over the past. This was 73 years ago. And 73, the amazing thing, 73 years ago today, over oil, it was completely amazing.
This is not accurate at all. And I'm surprised that you...
So let's look at history, because I love history, right? In United States history, the decision that Eisenhower made. This is history. This ain't got nothing to do with Clubhouse. These are reports and studies that analyze the moves he made regardless of the project. I'm sorry?
Which decision are you referring to?
all of the decisions regarding the debacle that we're in today, or how it started, its genesis.
Oh, look what things are now.
He's talking.
Like, do your homework,
So
fam.
who made a bad decision? All right, sure. Who made a bad decision?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower.
Explain it better because I don't think anybody here is that does, and he may not be.
Yeah, I know the story. It's Operation Ajax and Operation Boot. I've talked about it for quite some time. They were actual operations, but we didn't know it at the time.
We all know about that.
Yeah,
we went past that, man.
No. This is the part that El Normo is denying happened, and I'm agreeing with Rambo. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision because this is not the only place where we interdicted in. But it was a terrible decision to go and overthrow democratically elected governments for our own good, for our own gain.
Well, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. We supported the Shah. We just supported the legitimate leader of the country.
Hang on.
Okay, wait. So the support for Shaw came from Mossadegh nationalizing the oil. Because remember, Britain had a play in their oil market. So once he nationalized it, similar to something that Venezuela tried to do. But once he nationalized it, it became a problem for the UK. So then the UK says, I'm going to fucking put sanctions on this goddamn country. Then I'm going to talk to my homeboys in the US, and we're going to figure this shit out because we want our money. So like I don't know why El Normo said that it wasn't about oil.
No, I said it wasn't the coup. What they read from Wikipedia, absolutely wrong. No, it wasn't. Because the constitutional right, the Shah dismissed Mossadegh, and he had the constitutional right to do so.
The documents that have been declassified by the American government says
Yeah.
Hold on. The documents from the 1950s. Hold on, baby. Yes.
Yeah.
The documents that have been
I'll tell you why. Because the Shah, under the Constitution, my point, see if you disagree. This is my point. The documents, and he did so. That is not a coup, sir.
The documents from the American government and the people that were in charge of the time say in their name.
Well, what document is it, sir?
Sir, we have names of the operation that did it. And to Patty's point, hang on,
which document is it? Which document?
I think that the order from Eisenhower. Sorry. Just.
I'm not done speaking.
Oh, sorry.
And to Patty's point, we just witnessed the same thing happen in Venezuela.
Let's say he could have done that because they've done that in the past. But during that time, like, you can't say they were an absolute monarchy. They weren't an absolute monarchy. So I don't. Maybe some of us need to Google this shit, but I don't think they were an absolute monarchy at that time because I remember seeing the videos where he actually kinged himself and then said, like, weren't y'all like some Democrat monarch? I don't know, some shit like that. But I don't think y'all were absolute monarchy back then, so I don't think that it would have been. I don't think more of like the
Yeah, and the Shah was not.
So I think it would make it like easier to understand. Because in between Mossadegh and Pahlavi, there was the previous dynasty. And that's when it transitioned from being an absolute monarchy to a constitutional monarchy.
Hold on. My point was that during the 1951, 52, and even into 53, it was a democracy. It wasn't no monarch. It didn't become a monarch until the Shah of Iran got control of it. And then it became a monarch for 20 plus years until they overthrew the Shah of Iran.
So sure they had a monarchy previously. There was different.
There's no record. There was no record. Point to it. Point to it. Okay. I'm gonna go look it up.
Look it up, baby, please. And she's right. So I think the Shah might have been, and this is just I'm saying think. I think he might have been mimicking what happened in the past, but that was, I don't think this was legal. We can't hear you. Speak up, Igor. It might be, you on Bluetooth. You better stop buying the machine on Bluetooth.
But I checked right now, and the order from Eisenhower to approve Operation Ajax, according to the declassified documents, has been signed in June '53, and Parliament was dismantled by Mossadegh in August '53, and the Farman, how you say in English, the decree, the royal decree to get rid of Mossadegh was in early August '53. So, I mean, if we remove the time stamp from the events, then we can portray or come up with any story that we want. But there has been a plot by Americans and Brits to overthrow democratically elected government. Shah fled the country after the first attempt, got kind of, because when, actually let me put it this way, let me organize my mind and put it this way. Why it is cool? Because we had constitutional monarchy, and after that we had more or less absolute monarchy. We had ordinary people going to parliament and becoming prime minister through a system of the parties and then the various parties in the country, and we didn't have that after. Mossadegh was replaced by a 4-star general afterward. So it quacks like a coup, it swims like a coup, and it swims like a coup. So it's a coup, you know, it's a duck. I mean,
again, this is not really accurate, because it was Mossadegh who was installing himself as the absolute authority and nationalizing the oil, which again is going to cause a problem to the people who developed the oil in your country. He didn't make a deal; he just tried to steal the oil. That isn't going to fly. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I would like to read.
No, you're gonna read after Tia speaks. Like, I don't know what's going on here.
But if we go back, the original Shah actually gave and granted all the rights to the infrastructure away. It was the original Shah.
He didn't give them away. He made a deal. They get money, and the people who take the oil get money. It wasn't giving it away. Remember, they didn't have the ability to extract the oil. That's why people allow American and British companies and companies in, because they don't have the technology to extract the oil. If they knew how to do it, they would have done it without the U.S. and Britain and the Netherlands.
Speak now. May I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In regards to what you're saying now, that is true. It may not have the equipment. But, first of all, let me read what I have come across. My question was there a democracy? my first question. In Iran, during the 51 to 53. And it says, yes, Iran had a parliamentary constitutional system led by the democratically elected prime minister. Then he's my sister. How come you don't say something when he comes in and interrupts me? Okay, Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. However, it was fragile and tense constitutionally monarchy facing severe between Mossadegh and the Shah Mohammed Reza Pahlavi. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why you had that is that, you know what I'm saying? So all the sanctions and everything else that was coming in is going to be against the prime minister at that particular time. But all the prime minister was requesting is that, hey, if you're going to come and deal and, bring your equipment and dig up in the oil, at least you're going to get your turn to speak. 50%, at least national for the people that was a part of the nation. That's what all that was. And because they refused, that's when you had the so-called coup, and they put the Shah of Iran. So now, instead of sharing the oil at 50% with the nationals, they didn't have to do that. Point blank. And that's all I'm saying. So the Shah of Iran came into power. I'm not saying that he didn't have some power, because I read to you that there was a tense going back and forth. But the only reason why it was intense is because America and British already had certain elements within Iran already. And the prime minister was saying, well, listen, let's hold up here. I mean, you're taking everything and you're not giving nothing back. That was the whole problem. So they went through this whole situation with the Shah of Iran once he got full power, right? Because, the United States and British have a way in which they can give arms, they can put sanctions on the government and so forth and so on. That's how they squeeze. An example of that is Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? So my point is that it would change, the climate would change, the political climate would change when Shah Iran, that's when all of Iran became a full monarchy, and he ruled for like 20 plus years, 25 years, until they overthrew the Shah of Iran. But so, the hatred, and I'll land here, the hatred.
So the last statement you made when it became a monarchy, it formerly was a monarchy.
No.
Did you find the previous dynasty?
No.
It's always been a monarchy. It's just a change that happened right now.
So you're saying there was no elected official?
So they would have
by the people. I'm asking the question. Was there an elected official by the people?
It was an absolute.
Was there? So there was no voting.
Like they have a monarchy in the UK, but it's not absolute. That's what we're explaining to you.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, was there an electric voting system at that particular time? Was there somebody that was electorally voted in to be the prime minister?
So.
Okay,
let me slow it down.
You keep going back to the monarchy. I'm trying to ask you.
Let me slow down.
Go ahead.
When you say absolute monarchy, that means that the king makes all the decisions. When that was eliminated, that means that there's, in their case, a parliament that is brought on board. where now the decisions are made in conjunction because it became a constitutional monarchy. It can look in a variety of ways. So in the first dynasty, the absolute monarchy was rejected and abolished. That was the very point that it came in. In that predates Reza. That's what we're trying to say.
But constitutional monarchy, actually we have this constitutional revolution which has happened around 1907. So Iran was absolute monarchy before 1907, and the constitutional revolution happened around 1907 or 1908. And Mossadegh is in 1953.
Okay, but I'm asking, was there ever a democracy type of government? Even with the parliament, because we have that, we got Congress. Okay, but bottom line, was there ever a democracy where there was a deciding vote by the people of Iran, where they would elect a prime minister? I understand that when you go to 1908 and 1907, there was a dictatorship at that particular time. That's how the governments, European governments, including America, was able to get inside of Iran. I'm talking about, is there a democracy that was formulated and that was done? Ever. During that time from 1907 all the way to 1953. So, there a time. You're trying to.
No, I explained it to you. So listen, I explained it to you. And so because you rejected what I said, that's why chaos came off and gave you dates. So we know it's a linear movement. 1906, 1907 comes before 1940s. So he's telling you at that time, that's when the shit happened. That's when they were allowed to pick their own representatives up. It doesn't fit your narrative, and that's okay. At this point, half of the people on the stage, well, more than half know the information. If you don't receive it, we can move on. It's fine.
MT in the chat. That's bad.
That's just like most FBAs try to wipe out the fact, you know what I'm saying, that slavery really did something to us. And try to wipe out the previous history before FBA, before America. That's what you.
Reza Pahlavi.
So the dynasty before Key, they are very well known for mismanagement, not very well known. How
was the
dynasty. However, a few years before that, Iranian royal system turned into a constitutional monarchy. Reza Shah is a person who you can dispute if he was a dictator. However, he brought modernization, say scratch. So Reza Shah, and later during the World War II, Reza Shah starts to sympathize with Nazi Germany, 1942 or 43. I don't remember the exact date. Allies overthrew Reza Shah, they sent him to exile, and they bring his son Muhammad Reza as a Shah. They installed his son as a Shah. Throughout that time, Iran is a developing country, rapidly developing country, and it is in developing Iran. However, Muhammad Reza Shah
What about the transitional period between Qajar and Tahrir? First, Minister of War became the Prime Minister. Then they chose him to become the king, but he wanted to be still the Prime Minister. There were fighting inside that National Assembly. It was a conditional National Assembly, and there was a convention in Tehran between the other states in that time, and they chose him based on what I heard.
That's also correct.
And the transitional period, the community to power.
Well, the fact is that in the aftermath, the democratic experiment did not survive much longer. By August 1953, it stated, the internal political friction combined with a covert joint operation by the CIA and British intelligence, Operation Ajax, years.
Mossadegh was from the
Any other comments? All right, I'll just keep playing, and we'll break in between. It says it's closed. He said we'll stay closed until the U.S. lifts its naval blockade. Are we at a standstill right now? What's actually going on? It's a standstill. I mean, one of the big problems is people using terms like open and closed because it just doesn't apply to what we're seeing here. There are water with a small number of ships that are going through launch projectiles, primarily drones at this point, but they still have the ability to launch cruise missiles at ships that are going through. In fact, today, one of the maritime monitoring works that are going through. Again, we just have to get away from this sort of it's either open or it's closed. It's basically in the gray area between. And even if a few ships are getting through, that's not nearly what it was like before. All this has been completely. There's a new report in Reuters today that says that Iran is ready to shift to what they call a fully offensive military posture because the talks have stalled. How can they be in any sort of offensive military position if, as the president claims, their military has been completely destroyed? Because it hasn't been destroyed. Yes, a lot of it was badly damaged and some of it was destroyed, but Iran has maintained the ability to keep producing more drones. They have maintained enough missile launchers to sit in reserves. Iran has been able to dig out some of the things that they intentionally buried during the conflict or during combat, and then in some cases they've been able to dig out some things that were buried by U.S. and Israeli strikes, and they've been able to move things around, to reconstitute a little bit. They were very badly damaged militarily, but they were not completely destroyed. So the question is, seeing them do over the last several weeks, they'll probably continue to lash out inside the Strait of Hormuz. The concern is that they will lash out against U.S. allies and U.S. installations in the region, as we have also seen them do in recent weeks and months. The question is the scale. And, how big will they go here? Or will their offensive posture just be a posture waiting for the U.S. or Israeli action? And part of the administration's goal here was to try and isolate Iran, cut them off from the rest of the world. But our colleague Dan DeLuce is reporting that Russia is actually supplying Iran with explosives and other weapons components. What can you tell us about Moscow's basically involvement in this war, especially because the president claims to have not at all surprising the gritty, sometimes non-lethal capabilities to U.S. adversaries. He likes to sow chaos here. What's really complicated
components or any kind of lethal aid to have to stop providing lethal components to Ukraine that they're using against Russian soldiers here. And then what does the U.S. say about that? It's true that the U.S. is not directly providing weapons and equipment the way that they were under President Biden, but they are still selling them to NATO, to this NATO component that's providing it to Ukraine. So that is a very difficult issue for the United States to have to deal with right now, and some NATO allies as well.
Hey, Courtney, thanks for that. Up next, I got one-on-one with a Democratic challenger.
Any comments on the territory, U.S. territory of Hormuz?
She was clearly a Democrat.
Thank you, Peter. All right.
District that has an 11-term incumbent that wants to control trying to get in. That's the primary where the debate on redistricting and diversity in Congress is front and center. Former Broward County Mayor Dale Holmes is standing by. Welcome back. We are turning our attention back to Florida, where redistricting has scrambled. Her current district was essentially eliminated as it angered some candidates and black leaders in the party. Joining me now is one of the candidates in that race, the former Broward County Mayor Dale Holmes. Mayor, thank you for being here. Voting is already underway. Just talk to me about how you're feeling about this race. What's your message to folks who may have not gone to the polls yet?
Well, I was actually out at the polls. I came in to do this. You see me dressed in my uniform for getting voters up. Those who have not come out yet need to know that vote is their voice. And if they want to have a voice in what happens in our country, they need to be at the polls voting. It's a bit slow, but people are coming out now. Today we are pushing, we're making phone calls. I was out at several of the voting sites. We're knocking doors still. We're doing what we need to do to vote out. It's sad that we're in this situation. And you said that her district is 22, where she could actually win the election. Biden won it by 3% in 2020, Trump by 10 in 2024. But the state has swung away from Trump and the Republicans since then by an average of 17%, 2% in Matt Gaetz' seat in District 1, 16% in District 6, where Fine now has, and in Trump's home in House District 87 for Florida House, a 17% swing away from the Republican. It's unfortunate that it seems more expedient to come into this race. And by the way, we're out at the same poll for a long time today, both of us trying to get votes.
Well, let's talk about the Congresswoman's role in all of this. She's gotten quite a bit of pushback from this decision, but she's trying to make the argument that she would bring her congressional experience and her seniority to this seat. What would your response be to that?
My response would be that's why she should have run in 22, because that could help the Democrats take the House back and make Keith Jeffries the Speaker of the House. She is more poised. Anyone else raised had that much money in order to take on District 22, where a Republican will now probably have a better chance. Had she ran there, would have kept that seat and pushed back on Trump and DeSantis' effort to reduce the people's choice as to who their representative is for those two districts.
All right, let's talk about representation. And obviously, there's a concern about the lack or the dwindling number of African Americans in Congress. I know it's something the Congressional Black Caucus is very concerned about, especially given recent court rulings. In this situation here, do you think it was a missed opportunity for you and the other black candidates in the race to not consolidate around a single candidate? I know there were discussions that you had done that to provide a better shot at an African American winning this race.
I had $312,000 in the account. No one else had more than $23,000. And that facing someone with at the time $2.8 million didn't make sense. There was no polling data that showed me behind. I actually qualified by petition, which means the community documents to say I should be the one. None of the others had that. I have the experience of being the mayor of Broward County. 2 million people at the time of COVID, saving lives. We had less deaths in Broward County than they did in Miami-Dade or Palm Beach County because I brought the communities together, the leaders from every segment of our community to face that virus down.
terms. We've seen other blue states respond by gerrymandering their states to make their districts more favorable to Democrats. Do you think that's the right response, or should there be some sort of even perhaps federal level intervention to prevent this mid-decade redistricting and try and move toward a more independent redistricting effort?
Well, I think that what we're doing as a nation is the right thing. We shouldn't be choosing who the voters are. We should allow them to choose us. What the other side does, you have to go fight back. And that's what the Democrats are doing. We initiated this war of redistricting, of gerrymandering. They did. And for us to make mega corporation, they're fighting wars, which has driven up the cost of our living. Gas prices going crazy. This administration is doing some reckless things that are hurting our economy. They have brutalized Americans. I tell you, our economy is not going where it needs to go. We need to make sure that we have people in office of diverse background, lived experience, and representation is important. Diversity and inclusion strengthens us. It doesn't weaken us at all. And what this administration is doing to roll back the voice of the people is not right. What the Republicans are doing to roll back the voice is not right. But again, we need to make sure that we can get to 218 seats to take the House back and to put policies in place that put people first. That's what I've been about in my 18 years of service as a public servant to the people of South Florida, serving as a commissioner, as mayor of Broward County, growing the economy, providing service.
Let me ask you quickly, because we're running out of time.
Helping to grow businesses.
Can I ask you just one quick question before we go? We only have about 30 seconds left of that. There's been a kind of a struggle in your party right now between the progressive wing and the moderate wing of the party. What will you do to bring those two sides together to unite as Democrats moving forward?
Well, if we focus first on getting results for the people, not necessarily being ideologues, but finding a way forward. And there are times when you have to compromise in order to get to where you need to do. When I passed the additional homestead exemption to reduce the taxes for seniors, it took me 2 tries to get the whole thing. I did a half first and then another half to ensure that our seniors' taxes on their property was reduced. And a Republican joined me in that. So we can find common ground, but we should not surrender our principles. We should not surrender what's in the best interest of the American people. And too often, the Republicans have lost touch. They're out of touch with the reality of the cost of living that people suffer through. They're out of touch with how we grow our economy, not by giving $1 trillion tax cut to the wealthiest people. When President Clinton did a tax reform, it put money in the middle class pocket and it grew our economy, balanced the budget.
All right, we gotta go, Mayor. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good luck tonight. We appreciate it. We'll have you back if you win, and we'll of course be tracking this race going forward. Thank you, sir. As we mentioned, Steve Kornacki will have special coverage of tonight's results on NBCNews.com. And
Any comments, y'all? Okay, continue to write.
YouTube. After the break, speaking of Florida's primaries, one of Palm Beach's most high-profile residents, President Trump, voted by mail in today's election, despite his repeated claims that mail-in voting is, quote, crooked as hell and should be banned. Our panel's going to weigh in on that. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. As we mentioned, it is election day in Florida, and despite his repeated and baseless claims that mail-in voting is cheating, President Trump cast a mail-in ballot in Florida for today's primary. The White House defending the move while simultaneously pushing for the Save America Act to put new restrictions on mail-in voting, but won't ban it, which is what the president wants. The White House said, quote, as President Trump has said, the Save America Act has common sense exemptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel, but universal mail-in voting should not be allowed because it's highly susceptible to fraud. To be clear, there's no evidence at all that voting by mail is highly susceptible to fraud. Dave Golar is a Democratic strategist, and so let's start here with the president does something different, or do people look at this and question it?
I mean, I think most people are rolling their eyes. Most people are questioning it, except for the people who are most loyal to the president. You know, I think when he cites the travel exemption for himself, saying people like me who travel, it just doesn't ring, true. It doesn't ring like that really makes sense because we know he travels easily. He has planes, multiple at his beck and call. He can get to Florida, probably wheels up to wheels down in 3 hours.
And he does it pretty frequently.
And does it frequently. He's voted by mail while still in Florida. So I think the attacks on voting by mail look to be about something different than just, feeling like it's fraudulent. Because if you really believe that, and you can vote in person if you wanted to, you would. He does not.
So let me try and frame this question for you a little bit differently, because when you talk to the president, he argues that part of the reason that Republican voters aren't enthusiastic about this election is because they can't get the Save America Act passed. It is the most important thing to Republican voters. So here he is saying, one of the things that needs to be done is limitations put on mail-in voting, but then he turns around and mail-in votes himself. Is he undercutting his own argument by doing that?
I think that President Trump, this is something that he's going to take to his grave. We've seen over and over again, Republicans all around the country have taken advantage of the early voting, mail-in voting, and I suspect that that's going to continue. The biggest story for me, though, coming out of Florida is whether or not we're going to have the first Black governor of Florida in Byron Damos, or whether or not the Democrats, whether or not Deborah Wasserman Schultz actually wins down in Florida, because she's running in a majority Black district against Black candidates, and those Black candidates down there have a problem with her. So I'm actually interested to see whether or not the white candidate actually beats the Black.
Well, we can talk about those other issues, but I want to stay on this mail-in voting issue. Sanjay, how should Democrats handle this?
So President Trump, he's a Republican who votes by mail. I'm a Democrat who votes by mail. This should not be a partisan issue, and that's what we should be talking about. We all want for our elections to be safe, fair, and accessible. So that is what we need to be focusing on, and we know that vote by mail helps people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, people who travel, people who don't travel, and that's what we need to focus on, is the work that is actually going to continue to safeguard our elections, and not these baseless claims about fraud. If it was fraudulent, you wouldn't be doing it. So you cannot keep sending the people in the country all of these mixed signals if it's not helping anybody.
All right, let's turn down to maybe development on the campaign trail. I don't know if anybody had this on their bingo card.
Any comments about this segment? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take that.
Who's going to the early states, but it was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was in all places via Iowa, stumping for Congressman Zach Nunn in his personal capacity. It still seems pretty unusual for a Defense Secretary to find himself in that position, isn't it?
It is unusual for a defense secretary because most defense secretaries historically have avoided politics. They've been too busy focused on the mission of managing our armed forces. I think we should pause here to note we are at war with Iran. We are still trying to figure out what's going on with Israel and Gaza. We are still looking at what's happening in Venezuela and a lot of other places. And our defense secretary is kind of like in TV and kind of being out front. He doesn't have the same type of military brass that previous defense secretaries have. And maybe his priorities may be a little bit different than previous defense secretaries.
He's really contemplating a run for president, or maybe even some other political office.
I think he's contemplating what happens after Trump, because let's be honest, even I think a different Republican president is unlikely to have someone with the resume of Pete Hegseth as defense secretary. He just doesn't fit the mold of other defense secretaries, and I know Pete Hegseth knows that once Trump's out of the White House, he likely is also out of the job.
So I want to ask about this district that he's in, though, right? And Congressman Zach Nunn Democrats view this as a pickup opportunity. Does Hegseth help Nunn in a district like this?
So I am very excited about this race because his opponent, Sarah, is one of our alums. So she has made this district competitive. So they are out there too because they scared, and they should be. Because Sarah is amazing, but it's also a testament to the environment. People want elected leaders in Congress who are going to fight for them. And this is one of the things that we've done right as Democrats with building the bench, having someone like Sarah who can go in and make this district competitive. So I am really excited to see what happens. And, sending the Secretary of Defense there, dude, we know about this plane situation. Like, there's credible threats. us. You know that you need to be protecting us. Someone else should have went, and he should be getting us out of all of these horrible foreign situations that we are in, that we have to be honest about are negatively impacting our economy, that makes districts like this competitive.
All right, Malik, I want to turn to Texas now. The news out of Texas today is that James Tallarico's campaign has hired the former legislative director of Senator John Cornyn, who's of course the incumbent Republican there, Jacob Smith. Should this be setting off alarm bells for Republicans in Texas that you have a Republican willing to go work for the Democrat in this race as opposed to Ken Paxton who won the party's nomination?
No, not at all. And the reason that I say that is that we saw since 2016, Republicans have either voted for someone like Hillary Clinton. So this actually isn't surprising to see. It's really not going to have any impact on the race at all, just having a staffer joining your campaign. What really is going to matter is to get out to vote operation. And I've said many times before that what Ken Paxton needs to do is to focus on what he's done, why they chose him as Attorney General, the Facebook, the Meta lawsuits, the Google lawsuits. These are the things that he actually needs to be focused on, because the Tallarico campaign really is going to make sure that you remember every impeachment and every negative thing about him. So his campaign, and I'm hoping that we're going to actually start seeing more of that.
It's interesting too because Cornyn actually rushed to his aide's defense that he's going to work for a Democrat, and Cornyn himself has not endorsed Paxton. He was obviously very critical of Paxton during the primary. Could there be a little bit of dissension in the Republican ranks?
I mean, I think it's shrewd on Tallarico's behalf because it shows that he's trying to have messaging, have outreach that speaks to Republican voters. He is hoping that there are Republican supporters who don't think they can see portraying by hiring this former Cornyn aide, and by Cornyn saying, "Hey, I'm not mad at him for doing it," I think indicates that there are Republicans who still have concerns about Paxton's electability, and not just his electability, but they have concerns about what type of senator Paxton would be, and are saying maybe we do need to look at the other guy.
All right, Sanjay, I want to close on this, and I want to put up this poll from Reuters about which party has a better plan for and how voters view this. On healthcare, voters are saying Democrats have an 18-point advantage. Their cost of living, they're up, the economy, they're up. Republicans are up on immigration, but only by a little bit, and Republicans own crime. When I talk to Democrats, the biggest thing they say is my party going to mess this up? How can your party mess up these numbers heading into this fall election?
These are some pretty good numbers. They make me smile, but no, I definitely feel good about the midterms. Just even looking at the primaries and elections that we had last year, we are doing really well, letting people know that what is happening in the White House is bad, it's not benefiting you. We have a plan, but most importantly, they're messaging directly to the people in their district, and that's important.
Okay, we're going to leave it there, guys. Thank you so much. Tia Sante and Malik, great conversation still to come.
I fell out the room. Any comments, y'all? Oh, God.
It was like perfect timing because I thought it was over. I was like, oh.
It's like, no. I'm in the hallway. Any comments, y'all?
I think it's really telling them to hire one of Cornyn's staffers because it just shows that he's willing to reach across the aisle. In a place like Texas, that would be huge to pick up those people who are like kind of on the fringe, who really don't know if they're going to vote for Paxton, you know?
Yeah.
I think that is, I think that could move the deal for some people.
I also think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that he went and told them, and they were like, you know, it's okay. You would think he'd be like, fuck, we gotta save Texas, keep Texas red. Like, I don't know. But, you know, a lot of people don't like Texas. Any other comments, y'all?
whole lot of us are not a fan of our current state attorney general. But he has, when I say the man has 50 lives, I have never, ever seen a politician more resourceful and counted out and come back from the dead than Ken Paxton. It's been absolutely unbelievable. But real quick, in the chat, it's okay, Quinn. My God, goodness gracious, Quinn is like the unhappiest person of all time. In the chat, because El Normal asks when he comes back from the phone. I put in the fine, but those are the declassified documents from the CIA, which would be declassified by the Obama administration 13 years ago, August 19th, 2013. They declassified the documents which state explicitly that the United States and the British were involved in a coup. And what has also come out, which I didn't know, I just learned in reading this, the British, for a long time, didn't want us to release this information. We were going to release it before, but the British did, it was embarrassing to the British, so they didn't want us to release it. But those documents are available, and it was admittedly by our own government a coup. I'll end.
Yeah, the idea that a monarch exercises his constitutional right to dismiss the prime minister who had dissolved the parliament is a coup is absurd. You can't explain it. Nobody can. So the characterization is just wrong. I'm not that sorry. I have to point that out to you over and over. So whatever document you're reading, you'll have to explain how a monarch dismissing a prime minister who had dissolved the parliament, monarch exercising his constitutional power somehow too. You'll have to explain that.
What did you just say? That a monarch? I don't know. Look, I don't even understand what you're saying. But the CIA calls it a coup. The Central Intelligence Agency and MI6 explicitly said it was a coup. And it was considered a great success. And it was the catalyst for other coups. It was the model for other coups that later took place in South America and other parts of the world. But that is what our own government said. So, dispute them facts.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of getting some. Oh. The legitimate monarch of a country, that's the Shah, exercising his constitution to dismiss the prime minister is a coup. When the Shah was in power all along and the prime minister had just dissolved the parliament. You'll have to explain to me what makes that a coup. You can't explain it. Whatever you're looking at doesn't explain it. This is a mischaracterization of history.
Yeah, I don't know, I wasn't there, but the craziness that you will even argue against the United States, which covered this up for a long time. And now 60 years later after fact.
Please don't play Iranian. Not you, nor El Normo. You are not Iranian. Don't play kind for us.
Do what? I don't know what
you cannot comment on behalf of us from our side. Don't suggest anything for me to do, advise me anything to do, or something, for example, out of your position. Please stay your position, find your position. You don't need to be humiliated to find your position. You are a big grown man, find your.
Yeah, I'm not talking about from the Iranian side. I am talking about from what the United States government disclosed in our own documents and what we say that we admitted that we did, which was create a coup to overthrow the leader of Iran at the time.
In 1979, because of suggestion of France and United States, they were allies with the Shah. They promised. They are not in position, for example, the Democrats especially, to play on behalf of Iranians what I should do if I don't do, if I am not an Iranian. You see yourself in that position. That is my biggest pain in my ass. You say that if I don't say like you, then I am not Iranian. You know, that is a very big fucking thing for me to act. I cannot come and say that this is better to do for your base party. What do you say in that point? You are like that for me now. I'm not sure what to say to you to deserve.
Ego, you're really low. But Peter, we can.
He was telling Peter to behave. Peter. I'm over there cracking up.
Peter,
don't play with me.
Peter, I wasn't talking to. I actually like Peter.
You said you ain't an Iranian. You can't talk about the Iranian problem.
Yeah.
You're not from the set. He said you're not from the set, Trent.
I'm not, and I wasn't talking about the set. I don't know anything about the set. You know, the only thing I know is that, you know, Alexander went through Babylon when he was going through Persia. That's like the extent of my knowledge. But in all seriousness, no, I wasn't talking about
the exact knowledge.
Yeah. No, Peter, I don't have anything against you, my brother. I think that you're a very good person.
You promise, but you are overstepping.
What?
Peter said
What did he say? Overstepping from you, what you know.
You cannot rep the hood if you are not from the hood.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay.
I have always looked at it as an Iranian, either inside Iran or outside. I have lived those lives. That is not for your experience. For example, if I tell you with your current who deal with, what do you say to me in that point? I don't have any idea.
Peter, hold on a second, Peter. All he did was talk about information that our government released. I mean, if you're saying it's not true, yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. He said there's a link in the chat about the documents and how the United States and the United Kingdom.
Let me bring
that might be wrong.
So when Trent started laughing, I think that's where it kind of got messed up for Peter. So Peter, Trent didn't mean anything by the laugh.
Yeah.
And that's just Trent's tip. Like, we just gotta move past that. He didn't mean anything by it. It was just.
This is also irrelevant to the situation, current situation of now, that some other hostile power is conquering the land and threatening the world. That this is my hostage and we cannot do anything. This is the biggest threat for the world, international stability and international terrorism. Plus, if you see the minimum income of the people inside Iran and compare it to the minimum universal income suggested by the UN, you would see that how they are living. If they want to change or not, this is some kind of history bullshit.
All right.
Yeah, moving right along. And it ain't a nervous thing. It's actually funny sometimes. It's funny to me, like when we'll sit up here and, like you said, Divine, deny things that the government has denied. And this is, I won't go into aliens, but this kind of goes into the same thing. Like when the government has hidden things for years, and now they're coming out and saying, okay, this is what we've been hiding. And people like El Normal will sit there and say, no, that's not true. That's not true.
The government didn't deny it.
They did not what?
The government has released, like, they have declassified found now. And then there's excerpts from the diary, the president's diary. So, like, it's not, yeah.
The government denied it for years until the declassification.
It's top secret. It's related to national security. This ain't nothing for our government. It's to our benefit.
There's no beef with that. There's no beef with that. There's no beef with covert actions. We don't need to know that. I agree with you, sis. Like, yeah, while it's going down, long as it's based on some real, some real data and, yeah, we don't need to know that because y'all know what people.
Stepped in the middle of what I was trying to say.
Sorry.
So, and this is the fraud. So, Trent, covert actions proves when things are a little bit nefarious, they're not going to tell us. The problem is people don't keep secret. I know how to keep a secret.
It doesn't make it right. When you get called out on it, and when you get called out, they got called out on it in the 80s. So they got called out on the 80s and during the Iranian crisis. And if people had known at the time how nefarious our government was and why we did such actions, perhaps they wouldn't have as much support and as much hatred as ginned up against the Iranian people as has been over the past, how long I've been alive, 40 years, right?
That's a different argument.
No, it's not different. It's the same argument. The reason why
wrong representations, I think, was the reason. Some wrong people represented my land.
Yeah. The reason why we had things like the Sheikh, and you were told, or people in the 70s or 80s were told that they needed to hate the Iranian people, that they were terrible people, and that we should support Saddam Hussein, and give him weapons of mass destruction. We later called them gas weapons, so that they could kill nearly 1 million Iranians. We told them that it was because the Iranian people were terrible. And so if we had been clear and told people exactly why their people in Iran didn't like the United States, and that we had installed a brutal dictator that was keeping oil from the rest of the country and only enriching the people around him, that would have probably created a different narrative, and maybe we wouldn't be in the situation we are in today.
The people had a dictator. They had a dictator with the original dynasty that they had to abolish the absolute monarchy, and they deposed the original Shah in the first dynasty.
No, this is not authentic. How did you understand this? Okay. This is so, I'm not going to say.
I don't think you got the history right there, bro.
Is he presently in his country?
I'm talking for the Pahlavi dynasty.
Whatever you heard, for example, from the news or something, for example, that was about me too. You say, I am not familiar, you say something really weird for me. I really don't know how to face this. You make some supposed things, default things. There are some default things. People want this. How do you know?
I can't.
What was the source? I think that the sources need to change the details.
Yeah. See, so the Shah was a brutal dictator. I didn't know that until rather recently either. But the Shah was doing terrible things to a lot of the Iranian people. Now, prior to prior to 1953, I really don't know. I can't.
And I was
it's hard
referring to
for
the
me to speak on.
dynasty that was deposed in 1925 trip. That was an
Okay.
absolute.
It was not a sudden fall during 1925.
I can't speak to
It took a couple
1925.
of years.
But what hang on,
transition.
we
But for
can't-
Pahlavi to Islamic regime was a
See, we
sudden
can't
fall.
understand what you're saying anyway.
When it took over. Wait, okay. For the transition in 1925, there were a couple of years of transition. It was not a sudden fall. But for the takeover of Khomeini after Islamic establishing the Islamic regime, was a sudden fall, and he took over easier than others. For example, overcome the because there were some time that there were no law enforcement, and they did what they really could. And the board was much more manual than today. It was not really systematic. And so it happened by the support of the president too, Jimmy Carter, and the France's president who had some delusions, I'm not sure what to say to that. But they lost their biggest ally. You understand it now, all right? Don't you regret that you lost your biggest ally, one of your biggest allies? Honestly, don't you regret?
And so what I do know is that it was wrong of the United States and Britain to depose a leader for reported. We wouldn't have we probably wouldn't have taken so much hatred and action that we had towards those people. And we don't tell people the truth until 60 years later, and then we still have people like a normal that deny that it even happened.
What you just claimed did not happen, Trent. And you're hearing from.
The coup didn't happen. That was orchestrated by the CIA. That these documents are fake that they've released. Is that what you're saying?
I think that the spirit of the what is your concern? What is your claim concern? The spirit of Iran would have been much easier contained with the regime of Pahlavi. But it was the international swap, I think. During that time of Cold War, Russia was increasing its power toward Cuba, and United States toward Iran. They swapped it because Iran was nearer to Russia and Cuba was nearer to United States. There was a strategic neighborhood, and they changed that, like for example, green. Now I'm not sure they know what they did, or if they would have repeated that disaster again if it was the last time.
Cool question. Normal, are you calling this?
It was international. Don't you,
Peter, hang on a minute. Peter, you're losing the conversation.
So, El Normo, are you saying that these documents that have been released by the CIA are fake?
No, it's just something much simpler. And Peter tried to tell you as well, you're speaking out of ignorance. And you can't even pronounce the names of the people that you're trying to cite. What I'm telling you is that it's impossible to say that the legitimate monarch of a nation exercising his constitutional right to dismiss a prime minister after the prime minister dissolved the parliament, that can by no means be called a coup. It's just not. And you can't explain how it is, and neither can anyone else.
That's what the CIA called.
Right, I'm disputing what you said. I'm disputing it.
So are you saying that our government officials were wrong and they didn't know what was going on? Like,
no, I'm saying you don't know what's
did
going on.
you look at the documents? Did you look at what they say took
I've seen
place?
this individual history for years, sir. It's complete nonsense.
So is it wrong for the CIA to call it a coup? It's a very simple question. Do they have their words wrong?
Checkmate. It's over. Checkmate. Oh, he's on the phone. Yo, Trent, that was good, bro. That was very good.
No, you are wrong. Dead wrong. Are you the judge, for example, take it so you're on the other side. You said, for example, you act like a judge, right? You act like Iranians in front of me. You want to play on the sides, right? On the sides by you.
Okay, so
okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, man. Good shit, man. Good shit. I couldn't stay in the room, but I appreciate that. And I love like when there's just facts and people just can add, they're cognitive to a situation and break it down. Thank you, because I definitely don't have the words today. I just, but thank you for that.
Just both of you on concrete, yeah. I just, we should be able to tell the truth about what happened, the good and ugly of our history, and it's not all good.
Yeah, and we don't always agree on everything, but some things is just under freaking deniable. Like we see the game, we know the game. You gotta look at the game in the blueprint, man. That's all. Like when we find the blueprint, we see how it's been executed.
Okay,
you
so
can't
I
deny
did find
it.
something. Let me go ahead and read this real quick, okay? Since everybody knows the answer. Okay, so what makes 1953 complicated is the Shah issued royal decrees. The Shah supporters, the CIA claimed that this was an exercise of the Shah's constitutional authority. But that was the U.S. and the Shah's side of constitutional interpretation, not a fact. Mossadegh explicitly told the U.S. ambassador, Leigh Henderson, that the Shah's power was essentially ceremonial and that the Shah had no right on his own responsibility to change the government. He therefore considered the dismissal of the decree invalid. So another revealing piece of evidence, a CIA report from July of 1953 that said the proposed referendum included revoking the Shah's power to appoint prime ministers by royal firemen. This shows that a royal prerogative was recognized by important actors at the time, but also that its scope was at the center of the constitutional struggle. The Shah claimed a royal constitution prerogative to dismiss Mossadegh, and his supporters considered it legal. Mossadegh rejected the interpretation, while the Iran's constitution also established the parliamentary responsibility of their own government.
Does this sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? Some of this is happening in America today. Well, a parallel can be drawn. Let me just say that. Let me speak politically.
Yes, yeah. And the number of people, there were a number of people killed in the Shah. At least 300 people were killed as political prisoners. The number may be higher. There are estimates that go as high as 60,000, but people think that's it. But somewhere at least 300 political prisoners, and then during the revolution, another 5,000 or so. I actually thought, because the Shah was treated here in Houston for is it cancer? I can't remember. It was a heart problem. I know, but the debate was it cancer? Yeah. Well, I know the son, Michael DeBakey, is the one who's a famous surgeon that operated on him. So I always heard Shaw was a, upstanding man, It wasn't really until, like I'd say, the last couple of years that I learned about the brutality that took place during his reign, and why it took place and why we were in support. So our history books tell a much different story than the reality of what took place. Let me know when Ben is in here so we talk about the NFL season. Because that's what really we need to talk about is the NFL. And Patty, did y'all talk about Ryan Donald's going to be the next governor of Florida? Happy for this man. Yeah. I told y'all, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta smile and ignore things. I know, but my brother's gonna be the next governor of Florida. Look at my man. You just gotta smile and ignore things and get into office. I ain't mad at him.
All right, didn't you have breaking news that texted something to you?
Carmelo Anthony, they transferred him back to Collin County, Texas, to have a hearing on one of his post-conviction motions for the judge to recuse. What was the judge's name?
Didn't you send a clip?
You know what? It was a clip in there too. Hold on, let me go on.
You playing with me, Concrete?
No. What's up, brother Define? How you doing, brother? Igor, Lynn Stefani, who the fuck you all know him all. Fred, excellent job earlier. And Peter, go fuck yourself. Thank you, I'm done.
You just
There is breaking news. First of all, don't go watch Britney Spears' latest video. I mean, seriously. Whew. And then we have officially passed $40 trillion in debt in the United States. Give yourselves a hand. I'm excited.
What are you excited about?
We are $40 trillion in debt because I look, you got to be doing some serious spending to be $40 trillion in debt. That's 40. How long have we been running a deficit? 38 years, 39 years, something like that. This is excellent. I'm very proud of y'all. Like, we will not listen. I just want to tell y'all something before I go. No, everybody on this stage, I want you to know this seriously. None of the national debt will not be paid off in your lifetime. It probably will not be balanced in your lifetime because now the interest that we pay on the debt exceeds both Medicare and national defense spending, which we spend $1 trillion on national defense. But the interest, right, just the interest payment of loan exceeds Medicare and defense spending. That is a massive, massive problem. One that I remember like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the warning that would, during the Tea Party, the warning that this would cause a cataclysm of depression. And so we have hit that point. We are $40 trillion in debt, and there is nothing any of you can do about it. I just want us to know that. The budget can't be balanced. If it's balanced, it won't be balanced for long. So don't worry about the debt, because truly it is completely out of control and out of our hands.
Trent, what do you think about, did you hear about this situation with the Japanese yen?
I thought I was supposed to be playing the clip.
Nobody's stopping you. If you want to play the clip, just play the clip, bro. You don't gotta be weird all the time.
I think I'm the less weird of the trio right now. Okay.
One could argue that the election of Jimmy Carter was a demand for an ethical presidency. I think that a lot of people, in retrospect, do not consider Carter the best president that we've ever had. And maybe for some, that's an understatement. But I think in terms of ethics, it would be hard, we would be hard pressed to argue he was not an ethical man, both as president and in his post-presidency. There were legislative reforms. The Ethics in Government Act was passed after the Nixon debacle. There were election campaign act amendments made. I was active in the push for Freedom of Information Act in my state as a journalist. I was the vice chair of the FOIA committee in Michigan. And nationally, there was an FOIA act that passed. The Sunshine Act passed. All of that were reforms that were post-Nixon. I don't know if there's an appetite in Washington for similar reforms post-Trump. We will see. There is. With regard to the question of coverage, and again, a lot of times we are looking at things through our own prism, and we have a hard time that I've been able to look up. Shows that the volume and frequency of media coverage tracking Trump's controversial and unethical actions is, believe it or not, higher, more continuous than the coverage Richard Nixon faced during the Watergate scandal. And I'm not going to get into the details of it, but if you look at some of the analyses by people who have actually looked at this, that's the conclusions that a number of organizations that have looked at this have reached, not just one. I want to ask you, however, Simon, from the perspective of somebody who's in the UK, and I know you don't speak for everybody there nor the government there, but when you have a president who it is perceived is making decisions, not just domestically here in the United States, but internationally, that seemingly are made to, or maybe coincidentally, benefit people in his orbit, including members of his own family. Does that erode confidence in our allies, in their ability to deal with this administration? If they feel, do people there feel that this president is putting his personal interests above interests that might affect the people of Britain, for example?
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. I think initially the governments, not just of the UK but of Europe in general, we're trying to work out how do we deal with Trump. And I think initially it was about, well, let's mollycoddle him. Let's appeal to him. Yeah, hoping that we're appealing to his I say soft side, but his better judgment. And what's happened over time is realised that that's not working, and that he is effectively a bully, and we've got to deal with him as a bully. Yeah, and we've just got to ride out his presidency. pretty much. Now, I actually, one of the things that I did agree with in terms of his point of view as a president about NATO and the fact that we got lazy and we relied too much on America, and we should actually, and I think the UK aren't as bad as other European countries. We should have invested more in our own defence. But outside that, you know, when it came to the use of tariffs and things like that, we don't see the sense in a tariff, because at the end of the day, what happens is it's the consumers that end up paying more. And if you think you're going to shift manufacturing at the levels that's relevant, you know, where 70% of Amazon products are created in China, you're going to shift manufacturing from China to the US just like that through the use of tariffs. We don't think that that's credible. And of course, we now look at him and we look at the you know, the abuse of his, you know, people in Wall Street to pay him $100,000 a month. That's all we all think. And there's also an element of, is he actually in bed with Putin? I don't personally believe that, but there is sort of a, you know, this is, have we got really a crazy person? So overall now we're dealing with the bully. We just got to look after ourselves more. We've got to do deals around the world with other countries, whether it be China, whether it be India. And we can't rely on the US anymore, because I think that I may be wrong, but I think that Trump perceives that America should be the power in, you know, your part of the world. So basically North and South and Central America. And he has no real interest anymore in Europe, which is fair enough. You know, that's a perspective. But you know, I think we're waiting until he goes, and I don't think I don't think it's an overall. This is about America as an entity and your political, you know, processes and you know what you represent in that respect. I think we view Trump as just being a bit of a rogue, loose cannon on deck. And, you know, we're waiting. He's a bully and we're waiting him out. That's all we've got. That's all we can do now. And I wonder whether you feel the same. I don't know.
Well, it's, I've made my observations, but you're the people who potentially suffer. And to your final point, Simon, I don't know whether this story's getting traction in the United Kingdom. It's a fairly new story, but the Financial Times today is reporting that they talked to some of the insiders, as they put it, at the Islamic Republic, and they say that the more extreme mullahs in the government there are considering attacking U.S. interests in Europe. And that could potentially mean U.S. interests in the United Kingdom. And I would just point out, I'm sure you're aware of this, but a lot of people may not be, that a British air base in Cyprus was once attacked by an Iranian drone. So this would be something that Europe in general, but the Brits maybe even in particular might be paying attention to. And based on what you just said, if you were aware of the story, or now that you are you concerned that the United States would not, as the NATO pact requires, come to the aid of the, if that should happen?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the UK, of which they, you know, since the end of the Second World War, there has been those bases. That is as a proposition to get, you know, missiles from Iran to the UK.
Well, drones. I don't know. Our drones have the capability of traveling that great a distance?
Yeah, hey, without actually being an expert on drones, you know, when you see what's happened in Ukraine, attacking Russia and sending, you know, drones that far, then yes, it sounds like it's possible to actually be effective. Well, we don't want that, yeah. But and I don't know as a British person what defensive mechanisms we have that aren't reliant on the US to protect ourselves if that was to be an eventuality. Obviously, there's a difference just in distance between Cyprus and the UK. Yeah, so I don't know, but I think we have to be in a position where we can protect ourselves. That's one thing that taking away from Trump's rhetoric about NATO, because at the end of the day, NATO is there that we all come together when we're attacked, not when we go into war against someone else. It's not an aggressive pact. It's a defensive pact, is NATO. So, but obviously that didn't suit what Trump wants to get out of it, and he didn't want to spend the money. So that's fair enough.
So in fairness to the conversation, because I don't want to be misleading, because I just looked it up, they do not have the capability of their drones if they were to be launched from Iran to reach the United Kingdom, but they certainly have the capability of reaching Europe, but not the United directly. And by the way, I just looked this up as well, depending on whose count you're going by, 15 to 16 U.S. military operating locations in the United Kingdom. 12 of them are U.S. Air Force operated bases.
Yes, none of that surprises me. What you just said, none of that.
By the way, we're pretty darn good for your economy there, because there are, according to The Guardian, 12,300 American military personnel and civilian employees permanently stationed in these sites. And of course, they spend money and it costs money to run the sites. And so it's probably advantageous to the British economy that we have so many bases there. So I
mean, for sure, but the basis on which you are there is obviously as a result of
World War II.
The Cold War. So
well, World War II, actually, that's the basis of it.
For sure, but subsequent to that, obviously, it was about the USSR and not succumbing to that. So
right.
So we've both got a defensive benefit out of that. Yeah, but it seems that that in Trump's world, that's not required anymore.
No, we see that for sure. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate it. We'll go to Moncef, followed by Chi.
All right, thank you, Gary. Hope my voice is clear today, but never know.
You're loud and clear.
Oh, good. It's not appropriate. Never mind all the bankruptcies and all that he had gone through, but he's a pretty rich guy. He's always been since the 80s. I think has been, not one of the richest in America, but pretty wealthy. But the jump in his net worth, especially in the last 2 years, has been the greatest jump in his net worth over the years. And it comes from things that, that is not what he did before or what he owned before, meaning that it's not like he owned assets that grew up in value by $4 billion, because he went up in net worth by about $4 billion based on Forbes magazine from 24 to 26, and that's pretty much about a 300% jump
like he went up 300%, threefold. That didn't come from his buildings going up in value threefold. That didn't come in his, I think he owns a winery going up threefold. That didn't come from his golf courses suddenly being worth 3 times more. But it came from these new ventures in things like cryptocurrencies, which his whole life, he was never involved in anything to do with technology. His claims that his sons are the ones that are into crypto. His sons also are, I mean, they're not young people, they are in their 40s or whatever, but prior to 2024, there is nothing documented that either Donnie Jr. or Eric have been involved in anything to do with technology or with cryptocurrency. So the main reason the crypto wealth is because the Trump crypto business has a Trump name in it. If you remember, it was a Trump coin that was released. I think it was the week of his election. Most people that invested in it lost their money. I think over 97% of people lost money. He made a lot of money out of it just because when you create a coin, basically you don't spend any money. You just tell in your name in a coin. I mean, it's called a meme coin. Doesn't solve any issues, doesn't have anything. But if it wasn't for Trump being President Trump, that coin would not have any value. So it got created. It was a windfall for the family. People invested in it, and then of course it did go down. But you got other investments for Liberty Financial with the involvement of foreign government, like the Emiratis, that facilitated a $2 billion acquisition of a portion of the company that went straight to the Trump family. I'm trying to say that if Trump was a real estate developer without being president, and he tried these meme coin things, I'm not going to speak with certainty that the success that he would have gotten, it would not be as close as he got because he did start the cryptocurrency as a president. So that boosted these asset values by a whole lot. Why? Because, I mean, you can make a case that people do want something from the United States as a whole, and they're using, the president as a gateway to get that. I don't know why foreign governments would be, buying into the president's family. I mean, it's classified now as a financial corporation. Before it was just a company that owned Truth Social. It was a social media company, and then they changed it into a financial company. The Middle East has always treated Trump like this. It was always lavish, gifts and if you remember from at the end of his first term, Saudi Arabia kind of allowed Jared Kushner, who's the son-in-law of the president, to manage about $2 billion worth of funds. Again, I don't think that would have happened if he wasn't the son-in-law of the president. So these things are not even, hiding. The problem is it became normal for someone in power at the highest, level of our country, that is basically we voted him in to run the country. He gets a salary of $400,000 a year. Correct me, Marshall, if I'm wrong. I think it's still $400,000, maybe $450,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he should spend all his time working, as a president, which, like I said, for $400,000 to $450,000 wouldn't create, a $4 billion windfall from 24 to 26. And the assets that he owned before he became president for the second time did not go up in value by $4 billion. So the money that he made in the last 2 years, it's been the most money that he's ever made. And it just happened that he made it when he was president.
And not just him.
Yeah,
members of his family and his associates as well.
That is going to be my next point, not just his associates, but I was doing some research while you were talking, and it was an article by PBS yesterday that was circulated by a lot of news media that says 57 people in the administration now are worth at least $100 million each. So, I mean, a lot of these people are ambassadors, and a lot of them hold, cabinet positions and all that. This is more than 3 times more than any other, cabinet before any other president. I think Scott talked earlier about how the people that donated to the ballroom, $1 million is the cost of the ballroom. But the government contract that were issued to these folks are valued at $50 billion. And no one, is doing anything about it. The actual Margaret Ryan, that's right, SEC to do what they need to do, when she was told over and over and over that, that to basically not do her job when she sees that they need to investigate stuff like insider trading, stuff like that, to certain people. If I commit insider trading, none of these as any of you, I guess, in this room. But we see it even stuff like, we saw how the posts that the president posted in his social media, how a little bit after the post is posted, that suddenly a bunch of trade happened in the stock market, whether it's oil, whether it's particular stocks, whether it's buying or selling. And a lot of people benefit from that and wonder, like, who are these people? How would they have known that the president was going to mention this thing that's going to have this impact on the market, that they actually committed the trade 5 minutes before the post was broadcasted publicly? So instead of kind of going back and maybe not and saying, hey, this smells like insider trading, he's now selling early access to his post. So you too, Gary, if you have a membership, I guess, through social, can get the early, warning or.
Yeah, I've got $100,000 a month, and I'm happy to spend on that. Monson, let me ask you another question that just comes to mind. Earlier, I asked somebody whether they were concerned about a trickle-down effect. He's studying an example that might affect people who are not involved in government in their daily lives, the ethics in business and in their personal relationships. I want to expand that to ask you about whether you have concerns about how he is setting a tone for people in current government who might not act in an ethical manner. And the reason I ask this question is because the Secretary of Defense, or as some people refer to him as the Secretary of War, just went to Iowa, to the state fair, to campaign for a Republican congressman. I think his name is Zach Nunn. Let me look up the guy's name because I want to make sure I get this accurately. Yes, Zach Nunn. And I checked, and there may be some loopholes to this, but I think it's generally considered a violation of both federal ethics and Department of Defense policies for a sitting Secretary of Defense to actively campaign for partisan political candidates. other cabinet secretaries are now bound by his associates and his family members?
Yeah, basically, if it's the protected circle that is allowed, I guess if you can get away with it, we're seeing a lot of people. It's like, untouchables, I'll call them, that nothing will that can get away with stuff. And you'll hear people on Fox News and all that kind of not minimize the problems that can raise, whether ethical or whether it's legal or whatever. You'll have that because it's just created this idea that everything is, if you can get away with it, and then nothing will really happen to you legally, because there is this perception that the Justice Department now is basically, belongs to the president. And we didn't have that feeling before. Usually the Attorney General, a good Attorney General does not have to speak to the president when they get hired, just like an FBI director doesn't have to, to do what the president asks him to do all the time. So we do have that environment now. We do have, a cabinet that is basically people that were hired because of, they pled loyalty and all that. So yeah, if it created this whole thing that if you can get away with it, and if you can say we're doing it it's for the good of the country, and we're going to bypass all these bureaucratic kind of things that would make the progress kind of happen later. It's unfortunately happening, and the unfortunate thing is there is a whole side of the other branches of the government that would turn a blind eye on this. And I know some people are vocal about, being against what's going on and speak about it. But then again, at the end, they have to wait whether whether it's worth it to lose their seat and all that if they appear to be too critical of the president and his circle.
Thank you, Modsef. We'll go to Ching, followed by Samuel.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello. Hello, Gary. Is it me? Hi, Gary.
Hi, Ching. Samuel, you're after her. Ching, followed by Samuel.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's me. Okay. Yes, teacher. Hi, Gary, and everybody else. I'm in a very noisy place, okay? So if you can't hear me, just let me know. Your question is so polite. Is this appropriate? Depending on who is answering the question. If you ask some, people or some of Trump's supporters, definitely it's appropriate. Or, hey, good for him, Being a president can make him rich. Oh, we should all go, campaign for president. And I was just thinking, since you guys know I'm from China, I was born in China. I've been in the United States for 40 years. I was thinking Chinese leaders, they're just like as skunk as Trump, right? They're making a lot of money out of their have powers in many different ways, property-wise. They get money not like obviously getting cash or investment or stock, those kind of things, but they probably get properties, they get securities, forever, they get, certain money until they die. So it's very similar, but I think Trump is getting way lot more than many politicians in his category, including foreign politicians. I don't have data though. So is it appropriate? No, it's not, to my standard. He's supposed to work for people. He's supposed to lead our country
He's supposed to be the smart guy. He's supposed to be the captain of our ship. He's supposed to be the teacher of the class. And, all the things he's done to the country is just disgraceful. Now he puts his name on every building he can possibly want to piss. He wants to put his goddamn name on Penn Station in New York City. This guy is shameless, and this guy, anyways, he does not feel bad about being rich out of his position and his connection and his power, and it's not appropriate. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ching. I don't know if you were continuing, but we lost you there if you were still continuing. Thank you, Ching. Samuel.
Hello, how's it going? I think that much of what Trump has done, I think many people would find it distasteful or like she said not appropriate. I think that we're probably entering into a new how to describe it. This is a new era, right? Where I don't think people's idea of what dollars are tied to or how much things are worth is really anchored as much anymore. And typically with presidents, you usually get paid after you're out of office, right? Obama became president in Hawaii afterwards, because of his connections to donors. Same thing for the Clintons, and I'm sure Biden would have gone there had he not been investigated through the things that happened there. But typically, you get taken care of afterwards, right? Trump, on the other hand, he already came in wealthy. He wasn't politically involved in U.S. government for many years, or at least like the lifers that Clinton and Obama and the others were, and came afterwards, right? So I think typically if you go, I think the last before then, but Bush helped out all of his oil buddies who got him elected, and that's typically what you do, and then you get taken care of on the back end. For Trump, it's a little bit different because he already had assets when he came in, or he already had businesses, and there didn't need to be this quid pro quo that happened, where you get taken care of afterwards. That's much what we're seeing now. So I think some of it's distasteful. Others is it's very politically toxic to some of the legislation that I think the Republicans would like to get passed. But because of Trump's involvement, it makes it much harder to actually get certain laws passed. So I don't know. I mean, there must be some political calculation that goes into it that says this must be okay.
What laws are you thinking we'd have a harder time passing while in the majority? Are you thinking maybe of the SAVE Act or?
No, because that's with elections. I was thinking more about, so the crypto markets have been wanting this thing called for, I don't know, a couple of years. And because of Trump's crypto dealings, it becomes politically toxic to the Democrats, right? They don't want to touch it because of what Trump did. I think if Trump wasn't involved, it probably would not have such political toxicity, and it probably would have been passed already.
Gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah, and it's not like there's anything crazy within the law. It's just it just sets the SEC and CFTC about what actually should be done in terms of how they enforce the law, right? And I think a lot of people want the bill to pass through, but it's politically toxic at the moment. It may not even get passed in this session, and if that doesn't happen and they lose the midterms, then it might never get passed. So I think there's probably some other financial bills which get vacuumed up in that, which would have the same issues because of the types of businesses that Trump's are involved in. But there's this thing Trump's already rich and his friends are rich, right? So Jared Kushner's brother just bought the Lakers, right? And he did it with Bob Iger from Disney. They have $12 billion to buy the Lakers with, right? I mean, this is the type of money that people in Trump circles move with. So I don't think it's like uncommon. Like he was already a businessman before he came in. Like going from a couple of $100 million to a few billion is not that crazy when you think about how asset prices have moved and power of compounding. But again, it's probably quite distasteful at the end of the day, but probably not illegal.
More than doubling your wealth. I mean, that's a lot, right? I mean, that's a lot in a year. If I could do that, that'd be amazing.
I mean, from what I hear, if you doubled your wealth, there would be no increase. Is that true?
That's very true. Very true.
To the question of the SAVE Act, there are legitimate concerns that people raise, and it's not necessarily because of Trump toxicity, but that may be part of it. There are people, as we all know, have been arguing that the requirements to provide documents is a voter suppression move because certain people don't have access to documents. I had a flood in my house, and I've been looking for my birth certificate, and I can't find it right now. I'm sure it's here somewhere, and I will find it, but everything got shuffled around, and some things that were in certain locations no longer are, and I have trouble. And there are other issues that some folks feel are necessary to ensure the integrity of elections, but there are people who are poor not for Trump's toxicity. The SAVE Act would have passed by now.
Gary, one other thing about the one thing Samuel said, that this idea of, guys get paid on the back end as speakers and because they're celebrities, right? Yeah, but they're also not influencing policy decisions. Also, on the logic for Trump's candidacy is that he didn't need to make this so fun, and he never did that.
But didn't he get Mexico to pay for the border wall?
Very strongly, powerfully, very strongly, beautifully. They paid so beautifully. And China's going to pay all the tariffs. So that, he didn't do that. And also, that was the logic of the campaign, right? That he was so wealthy, he didn't need to act like this and look distasteful like this because he was beyond being bought. He just doesn't look that way.
Well, I'm wondering, actually, I don't understand the psychology. There's some people that get to be uber rich. I don't know whether Trump is considered in that stratus. But they become uber rich and then they recognize, what am I going to do with all this money? So they develop foundations. The Gates Foundation, Zuckerberg has a foundation now where they're giving away their money. The Ford family, they established the Ford Foundation. There's so many people who are now philanthropists because what more do they need? And I don't understand the psychology of needing more to the point where one is willing to potentially impugn their ethics to gain greater largesse that they don't really need.
And also, guys, if you love the country, right, you could be sacrificial and say, you know what? I do have the right to do this, but I love the country so much, I'm going to go beyond reproach so that my political stuff doesn't get stalled, so I can show everybody I'm just like everybody else. And this is how much my love of country supersedes my love of wealth.
But you know that the majority of the wealth that you're talking about is either in private or public shares. So somebody like Elon, you don't think he really has $1 trillion in a bank account somewhere, right?
Wouldn't that have been a more virtuous thing for Trump to do? And didn't he tell us that he was that kind of guy?
Hold on 1 second. I think you're talking about these wealthy people. Most of their wealth is just shares, right? It's just equity. So they don't have money in a bank somewhere.
Elon is broke. I know Elon is broke. I know Elon must be broke.
But look what Elon
He's
did.
broke. I know.
Started a company, made it successful, and then used the value of his equity that he has in that company to start another company. And then he used the value of that to start another company.
He's cash strapped. I know Elon has no money. I know that. I'll concede that. I'll stipulate that. Elon's broke.
Compounded his wealth. Okay, it doesn't matter, but he compounded his wealth by creating value. I think Elon has probably created more millionaires and probably even billionaires than
Yeah,
anybody
but
else.
that wasn't the point of the question that I raised.
I'm just suggesting. My question has to do with the ethics. How you can put ethical considerations aside potentially to make more money that you really don't need. You talk about people who are very comfortable, and in this case, a president who's representing a populace that have full everybody, but there's a good portion of his constituency that is worried about meals. They've cut down on meals. They're worried about their medical bills. They're worried about a lot of things that they're having
he cuts
trouble.
their food stamps and their Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's not Trump's job. Though. Do you know what Trump's job is? His number one job at the end of the day. His job is to preserve the value of the United States dollar against everything else, which is to maintain the strength of the American empire, and because the dollar's value comes from the strength of both our military and both everything that we put in place. All the things you're talking about,
but that's not the discussion.
That's Congress.
But it's a discussion. It's a discussion of ethics. Why would you put your ethics aside in order to use your position as president of the United States to make money for yourself and your family members and your associates? What I can't, I almost understand what's, so if a guy is hungry here in New York City and he walks into a Dwayne Reed and they have these grab to go, where you could grab a sandwich and pay this astronomical amount of money for a stupid sandwich, $10 for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but it grabs it and runs out the store. That's, aside from the legalities of it, it's an unethical thing to do, but he's hungry.
Thomas Aquinas.
So I understand the motivation. My question is, why would somebody who is not hungry grab that peanut butter and jelly sandwich, to use that as an example? Why? I don't get the, I'm just saying, I'm not arguing whether he's doing a good job as president or not in the aggregate. I'm just questioning, why would somebody expose themselves to the critique of unethical behavior when one doesn't need to do so? I don't understand the psychology of it.
Right, because it's deeper than what you need to understand. It's taking care of business.
Hey, Kaz, we go one at a time, and Gary calls on you. I know you're new, so you'll have to wait a minute.
Go ahead, Samuel. It's Samuel's turn. Go ahead, Samuel.
Yeah, look, I think that he came into this. He probably has everything in a blind trust, or his son Jared runs a bunch of stuff, right? I don't think like Trump himself is managing his business on a day to day, right? You think he's really checking in to see how his DJT is doing?
Okay, here's the question as we pose it with documentation. Okay, the question is he making decisions as the head of government that directly benefit those people who are in his circle and his businesses that are in the trust of others that he is not running himself?
Hey, Gary, I do think when they asked about this, he said George Washington had 2 desks. He ran his business privately, and then he had illicit.
Right. Well, my only question right now, the present question that I just posed is, my question is, what would motivate somebody to do this? I'm not arguing whether he's a good president or not. I'm not arguing whether he's bolstered the dollar and made our military stronger than ever, which arguably he has not. But some people might think so. That's not the question I'm posing. My question is narrowly focused on the ethics and the psychology of why somebody who doesn't need to steal that peanut butter and jelly sandwich would do so. Why?
Stealing is illegal, right? right?
Well, so is what he done by fighting
It
him.
was illegal. What did he do?
If his cabinet secretaries did this, they would be prosecuted.
I'm not asking about his cabinet. I'm asking like, what did he specifically do that was illegal? That because
Well,
like,
it's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. I never said that he's acting in an illegal manner. I said in the very beginning.
Stealing, which is illegal.
Because I'm trying to make an analogy here. I'm saying that the person who takes that peanut butter and jelly, I said that in addition to that being illegal, it's unethical to take the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm talking about motivation. Okay? I'm sorry I'm using this as the analogy. It's probably a crappy analogy. I will acknowledge that. I'm just saying that people do things sometimes because they have to, or they feel that they have to. They're desperate. I might act in an unethical manner in order to pull something over on Scott if we have a deal, a gentleman's agreement, and then I renege on that to my benefit, because if I don't, I'm going to lose my house because I'm on the verge of foreclosure. What I did may not be illegal, but it's unethical. But I did it because I understand why I did it. I'm not saying it's less unethical, but I did it because I want to save my domicile. I don't want to lose my house. I have a motivation to do so, and so I act in an unethical manner. I'm not suggesting that it's correct to act in an unethical manner. I'm saying that sometimes people feel motivated to act in an unethical manner because of the circumstances that they find themselves in. Okay, so forget the peanut butter and jelly analogy. Forget the peanut butter and jelly. Hold on, I'm answering your question. So forget the peanut butter and jelly analogy. I'm an argument. I'm asking a question. If I am middle American income means, why would I act in an unethical manner towards Scott, my friend? I don't understand the psychology. What would now? Well, he's got overhead. I won't go there, but he does have a White House. He's not worrying about losing his current government provided domicile. He does have overhead. I recognize that. Being homeless tomorrow, he's not in danger once he leaves office of not being able to buy his Big Macs and Diet Pepsis. He's fine financially. So why is it so important for him to act in an unethical manner, which gives the impression, true or not, that he is making decisions on behalf of himself and his orbit, not on behalf of the nation? What would motivate him to do that?
Okay, so just to set things straight, he's not doing anything illegal, you say?
Right. He's indemnified as president because of a Supreme Court rule. He's not doing anything illegal. I said that in the very beginning, and I probably said it 5 or 6 times.
Okay, I'm just making sure of things. So he's not doing anything illegal, but he's doing something which you believe is unethical, right?
He is acting in a manner that 60% of the nation feels is unethical. 63%. Oh, for God's sake, Samuel, I'm going to move on. You're looking, no. You're looking to start an argument. Let me explain. This may be your first time on the stage. When I ask a question, it's not because I'm trying to start an argument and you're trying to get things into the weeds because I use the peanut butter and jelly analogy and that's illegal. What the president's doing is not illegal. I think everybody here understood the question. I probably shouldn't have made the analogy because it got us off on a track that you just couldn't get off of. And so I apologize to everybody for that because as everybody knows, this is not what I want with this room. I'm trying to have an honest discussion. I ask an honest question. It's not about what Gary believes is ethical or unethical. We're discussing the fact, the basis of today's discussion is the Reuters Ipsos poll, which shows that more than 60%, including half of Republicans, believe the president is acting in an unethical manner. It's not about Gary. Maybe because you're new to the room, you don't understand that's how this room operates. But you frustrate me, and I'm moving on. Daryl, followed by El.
Hey, yeah. So a couple of things, and then to the point, right? So the argument that, well, wealthy people aren't sitting on a bunch of cash, and it's mostly stocks and investments. It's false logic, right? Because the phrase that
cash in anything they want.
Yeah,
it's money in their pocket. They may not be in their pocket right now, but they can cash in today and not cash strapped.
Well, ultimately it doesn't matter, because the phrase that when I was on Wall Street, the phrase was build, borrow, die, right? You build something, you spend the rest of your life borrowing against it, and then you die and you create, like tax havens for your kids. The point is, whether you're spending cash to buy a plane or someone gives you a loan to buy a plane, you still get the plane. So I don't understand the argument that because, well, it's not cash. Yeah, but they're still getting cash to go buy things.
The point is, are they having trouble meeting their
buying
bills?
Dinner? Not at all.
Right. Are they having trouble buying dinner?
Not at all. Yeah.
Well, a lot of Americans are.
Yeah.
I raised one issue, and the previous caller responds with another that has nothing to do with the question that was raised. And you make an excellent point, Darren, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, so he left the room, but he's in a lot of rooms, and what he tends to do mostly is carry Trump's water, and that's just the phrase for it, right?
Well, he can. It's fine. He can carry Trump's water. There's no problem. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
I just asked him to answer a question, and he
can't, because he has an agenda. He has an agenda. He also, I think, he has a pod. So the thing is, like, Gary, to set your ethics aside, you'd first have to have ethics, right? So it's kind of, look at who we're talking about. Between himself and his organizations, I think the New York Times did a piece like a year ago. It's unprecedented how many lawsuits he's been in. I think it's over 4,000 lawsuits where he's either not paid workers or he's hired, like the guy who wants to kick all the aliens out has been hiring undocumented workers for his, for construction, to work housekeeping at some of his places. Undocumented workers were never an issue for him previously, right? And I just go back to set your ethics aside. You'd first have to have some type of ethical core. This, we're living with what we asked for, right? Which is why I blame the party for him, right? Like I said before, anyone who's been here in New York before The Apprentice, who's known him before The Apprentice.
4,000, Daryl.
Yes.
More than 4,000. I just looked it up.
Lawsuits?
I asked this question of Gemini. How many lawsuits has Trump been involved in outside his responsibilities as president? Because, you can't count those. Donald Trump has been involved in more than 4,000 legal cases completely outside of his official responsibilities as president of the United States. This is AI.
It's stunning. It's absolutely
an extensive ongoing analysis by USA Today and legal databases tracks his decades-long history in state and federal courts, finding at least 4,095 distinct lawsuits spanning his pre-presidency career, private business operations, conduct, and post-presidency life.
Think about that. That's like you're in court every day for 2 years.
Right. The massive litigation footprint is uniquely sprawling for a modern political figure and can be broken down into 3 major areas, which I'm not going to get into.
It's insane.
4,095.
It's insane. You know, a buddy of mine, I don't know if you remember this restaurant, but a buddy of mine said that he would dine and dash. He would literally come into the restaurant. This was an upscale restaurant over on Fifth Avenue. He'd come in, do a meeting, and then he would just walk out. He would literally, he and whoever he was with, they would literally just walk, and, you know, to the previous caller who I believe left. You know, it's about the American dollar. The American dollar before the petrodollar was a middling currency. Before 1974, the American dollar were going to be a middling currency again. And this idea that Trump is here to protect American dominance, well, he's not protecting it very well because we've abdicated our leadership on the world stage. But I'll wrap with, to abandon your ethics, you'd first have to have ethics to abandon.
So my question is answered, not by anybody on the stage, Daryl, but once again, I turn to AI. So take it for what it's worth. Gemini again. And criminologists have studied this phenomenon extensively. The question I asked specifically was, why would a person of means act in an unethical manner to raise even more money? Continuing, they have found that once individuals reach a certain level of wealth, their motivation to acquire more money is rarely about survival or material comfort. Instead, the drive shifts toward psychological and social factors, which, of course, AI being what AI is, they break down in extensive manner, which I will not bore you with today. But it's a psychological phenomenon, Daryl.
Well, think about the last thing I'll say. Remember, there was reporting 3 weeks ago that Iran had hired psychologists to figure out how to deal with him and how to talk to him, because I think it was the Times. They said Iran had hired top-level psychologists to figure out how to interact with Donald Trump, because we can all see, hey, this isn't normal. So how do you deal with this? That's it. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, so the intelligence reports that were actually initially reported by Drop Site Media and then by the New York Times and by NDTV, Iran explicitly hired 2 senior behavioral psychologists to serve as an advisory circle during the indirect peace negotiations with the president. The decision to enlist psychological professionals marked a highly unusual shift in traditional diplomatic strategy. Rather than relying solely on nuclear scientists, military experts, or career diplomats, Tehran brought mental health experts specifically to decode Trump's communications and predict his reactions. Good contribution, Daryl. L followed by L. L followed by L. That's funny. The letter L followed by Ellen.
Thank you, Gary. I was saving up my opener here for some. He had a desk for government. Has his desk backwards with all the drawers facing the wrong direction. And
what? What does that mean? What is that? What? Huh? What does that mean?
He gave an address where his desk was backwards.
What was that like? He's trying to make a statement. What is? I don't get that. What does that mean?
It was for 4th of July, the 250-year celebration, 4th of July. He gave his speech about American values or something, and his desk was backwards.
Not the topic of today's discussion, but very interesting nonetheless. Okay, back to the top.
But yeah, so, and then to avoid being accused of being argumentative, I was hoping to maybe have more of a volley back and forth about economics, the ethics of capitalism. Is that something you'd be interested in engaging in?
I'm interested in engaging in discussing the president and whether confidence in him leading the country has eroded because of the perceived ethical violations that he has committed based on the polling that was conducted by Reuters.
Okay. How about, can I ask you about Al Gore?
No, we're not talking about Al Gore. We're talking about Donald Trump, and we're not talking about Mamdani nor George Washington for that.
Well, I wanted to reference his work in environmentalism, and I wanted to genuinely know if you think he profited from his environmental policy.
I don't know, and I don't particularly care for purposes of today's discussion. L, followed by Dr.
Okay, hi everybody. Well, I'm glad to hear the conversation because I think the question of ethics is really important. And I really like that we're making a distinction between what's legal and what's ethical. My response is, number one, I'm pleased to see the polling because what that tells me is that Americans are taking his actions personally and are holding him to a standard, an ethical standard. Ethics is about values. Values is about how does this affect people's lives. And so, the people are speaking with their polling, with their votes and saying, no, this is not good for me. Why does somebody do this? I think it's a sickness. I think that greed, the avariciousness that we're seeing, it's kind of an addiction. I need more. So, in terms of, the downstream effects are tragic because we are seeing people who are hungry. We are seeing people who don't have a roof over their head while watching this guy just profit. When I think about leaders, I think about my children and I think about, when I say we live in this country and look up, here's the person who is in charge of our country.
All y'all is some broke bitches.
All right, thank you for that, Fully Boy. I don't think we'll be inviting Fully Boy to the stage ever again. Continue, please.
What I was saying is that when I, especially when my children were younger and I saw them, and I tried to really, make sure that they were aware of what was going on in our government, I always thought in terms of, well, our president is really the person I would want them to look up to be an example, to be a role model. So I would say, ethically, he's getting an F-. And I'll close with a quote by John Quincy Adams in response to leadership. And what he said was, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more.
Here on something somebody said earlier. Delivered behind George Washington's historic mahogany desk at City Hall. Posted on social media, criticizing Mamdani, claiming that sitting on that specific side proved the mayor has not held a job and was using the furniture incorrectly. However, it turns out that desk, which is frequently referred to as a Washington-style desk, is actually a traditional partner's desk. Marshall, do you know what is specifically engineered to be open and completely identical on both sides? This is according to reporting by, of all places, the Times of India. It features matching drawers and knee holes on the front and back so that two people, originally a government official and their working clerk, could sit facing one another and share the same workspace simultaneously. So the characterization of Mamdani not knowing which side of the desk to sit on, made by a previous caller, is incorrect. And that's my imitation of a buzzer. Dr. Mitch.
Hey, Gary. Hey, everybody. I've heard this really nice and rational conversation in here today, Gary. It kind of makes you wonder where is that type of thought and consideration, at the highest levels of government. Would you trust this person to walk your dog or buy a tube of toothpaste for you? If you can't answer that.
If you want to make that comparison, Dr. Mitch, and I appreciate the comment, I will tell you, and I've observed this before, that I don't know whether if the president himself joined us today, he would remain on the stage, or whether I would be forced to remove him for violating our rules of conduct.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, the truth is, medically, this is obviously a very, troubled, disturbed human. All of this desire for attention, ego, maniacal behavior, and like someone said earlier, with all these lawsuits, he never pays anybody. Just seems to be a very uncaring person. But I wanted to bring up something else that a lot of people don't understand about the immigration policy. This week, Core Civic and Geo Group, the prisons that are mostly housing detainees, have shown an additional $1.4 billion in profit this previous quarter, and the Trump family's been buying their stock. They made 29 stock trades in Core Civic, and they were bragging how now that they've removed temporary protected status for a number of groups, they can put ankle monitors on them, which they can charge them $180 a week for. If they want to stay in this country. As of yesterday or today, obviously, they've asked them to monitor, and Core Civic has literally released information that they're bragging about how this is going to increase their bottom line. So I don't think I think the immigration thing is about money. They've reported that it's $307,000 a bed. There were 66,000 current immigrant detainees.
Okay, so let me just interrupt you there, Dr.
The goal is 100. Hang on. The goal is 100,000.
Can I interrupt you just? According to Citizens for Responsibility, private immigration prisons have made historic amounts of money, and Donald Trump personally holds financial investments in them.
Is that a question?
Think about that for a moment. Your responsibility is to remove yourself from ethically, I'm speaking. I'm not talking legally, because as a previous caller wanted to make sure, even though I had said it a half a dozen times, under the current law, what the president is doing is not illegal. But what you're supposed to do ethically is one of two things. Either remove your financial investments from a company that's doing business such as this with the government, or not allow them to participate as, and I don't even know if it was a no bid contract or not. That's something else I have to find out. But go ahead. But that's stunning information.
A lot of it is shrouded. A lot of it is shrouded in moves of certain interests to trusts and family members. Nobody's buying it. I'm in the financial. I started as a Wall Street guy. I'm in the financial business. Nobody believes it.
The Associated Press reported that these were no big contracts by and large. So there you go.
Good, yeah. So the immigration thing has nothing to do with criminals and murderers and rapists. By and large, they're picking people up in the courthouses or at their immigration meetings and detaining them. And 52 family members of service members have been abducted by ICE, and they've had to, go on leave, and they can't concentrate. I mean,
you mean taken into custody, not abducted?
Let's say that, okay? Yeah, let's be polite, or correct with our words. Yeah, taken into custody. Not exactly abducted, but the immigration system moves very, very slowly. It's really inefficient, and sometimes while proceedings are taking time, they're granted some type of status. Not suggesting it could be 20 years, but what I'm saying is there's a huge financial incentive to incarcerate immigration detainees and refuse to give them rights, legal rights. Donald Trump, this is the real thing that's going on with this immigration policy. It's actually about money and profits, the private contract.
Dr. Mitch said it was that anecdote the core of the problem. Right there. You don't have to know anything else about this controversy, about whether he is ethical or not, whether he's making money for the nation or not, whether he's building up the military or not. As an earlier caller, Simon, said, why isn't this stuff getting covered? And I looked it up, and it turns out it is all being covered. When you just articulated, the reason you know it is not because you personally researched it, and I would argue it's because of all these new social and other pronouncements and diversions that the president throws in our face. It doesn't take hold. And remember, he started his political career with attacking the mainstream media. The fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. So now he controls the message, because the biggest fake news site in the country is Truth Social. So it's no longer the mainstream media that's the fake news. And so stories such as this, which it used to be, there weren't all these every day, another red alert for us to discuss. To go back to the Watergate days, every day it was about Watergate. There was a new revelation that the Washington Post had, and then subsequently the New York Times caught up. They were competing with one another for new revelation day after day after day. There was a new hook on that story, but there was only one singular issue that consumed the attention of the public so we could concentrate on it. If today was the 1970s and a president did what you just described, which I just verified, I was fact-checking you because I was unaware of this, and I'm in the news business, this would be headlines, front page, evening news, Utley and Brinkley. That's all you would hear about, is this huge scandal involving incarcerating human beings for the financial benefit of the President of the United States. And yet, I am ashamed to say that even I, a person who is a purveyor of news coverage, I was unaware of this. And I'm indebted to Dr. Mitch for bringing it to my attention. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
just the interest, not the principle.
So I'm willing to bet, this is breaking news, I'm willing to bet we're going to hear the spin that this was Biden's fault. I want to see how this is going to play out on these, on Fox News and all that. This is going to be interesting. What's today, Wednesday? So probably by Friday, we'll get them up there. Maybe even tonight.
This is interesting.
So yesterday, Trump said no negotiations with Iran. Today, he said they may return to negotiations with Iran.
That's deep. Taco. Taco. He does this hopscotch thing with them. The funniest thing is the way that they call him out when he says that, and they're like, no, we're not about to have any discussion. They've done that to him so many times when he claimed they just made an agreement, they just made a phone call, just made a secret pact, and then they always come out like, no, we didn't. We really didn't. But back on the interest, they said the interest is so high that the U.S. is spending more interest on, they're spending more on interest payments than on the national defense. Think about that. More on the interest payments than on our actual national defense. Because of the interest rate and the deficit.
Well, according to the crypto bros, Trump is going to make crypto our cryptocurrency. And that is going to eradicate the national debt. Warren Hakima.
I'm glad I did crypto the way I did it. I do have a $600 that's in crypto, but it's not a $600 that I can afford to lose. And I just ignore it. I don't even fucking check it anymore. It's just going to be there. And then when I hear it's going up, I'll look again. Because I don't want to see any red when I look at my account. So I just wait.
And no, that's just a full-time job looking at this.
Man, once you log in once, I was looking at my different wallets like daily and to the point I'm like, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the part that I'm telling you.
Just let that shit go. Make sure I got my logins up to date, and that's it. I don't need to look at it.
Don't be like putting that shit in a cold wallet and then dumping it in, and the wife throws it out, and you gotta go to the. You gotta spend $200 million at the dump trying to find it.
Trying to find it. See, people lost millions like that, man. With laptops, phones, or they still have it and lost the password.
My wife did. She bought crypto. She bought crypto a long time. She bought a thing a long time ago, and it's I bought like 33 of them. So this amount of 33. I'm gonna put it on top. And she had it on the phone. And she lost access to it. It's gone. 33. Yep.
And now today said United States crowd.
And then they're going to spend, they're going to go further, and then they're going to because the 15 reserve is and then and then it went down to 50, and it stayed around 50. It goes up, but it's been holding minus.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention this on the air.
I believe, guys, I'm just speaking out to this man. This is from New York Times about the deficit. America's first national debt topped 40 trillion for the first time over, an ominous milestone for an economy that sits on shaky fiscal
Foundation after decades of borrowing to pay for the rising costs of the military, social safety net programs, and President Trump's tax cuts. This year alone, the United States is on, and y'all said the service on track to pay $2 trillion. Let me see if there's anything here we can discuss. Pardon me,
not exactly two, but it's close to it. It's 1.8.
Yeah, the scariest thing about this is how this is a quote from an expert, and it says, the scariest thing about this is how we're starting to see the debt spiral up again, said Mark Goldman, Senior Policy Director for the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which supports deficit reduction, referring to interest on the debt. The inability of lawmakers to confront the debt comes with long-term risks. While the United States remains the world's largest economy, its mounting debt load could lead to investors to demand higher interest rates. The U.S. bonds will raise questions about the nation's credit worthiness, which could erode confidence in the dollar and the world's reserve currency. Both Republicans and Democrats are responsible for America's borrowing burden. The United States has had to sell an increasing amount of debt to cover the cost of health programs, stimulus benefits, disaster relief, and daily government operations. This is not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll start reading that. And then something, the Department of Government Efficiency, led initially by Elon Musk, promised to reduce federal spending by $1 trillion. So far, it claims to have produced savings of just over $200 billion. The Government Accountability Office said this month that the department's estimate lacked reliability and transparency. So,
yeah, I was just looking at the hallway, and there is a room called "Why Do Black Women Only Marry Thugs?"
Marry thugs?
Thugs.
Oh, wow. Oh, studs. Like, what the hell are the fuck? Is concrete here?
There's been a lot of
Where's concrete?
Patty, there's been a lot of miracles recently. Like, some of them have been, can we end racism by
Bro, that one was stupid.
By blending. That was the room about.
You was there?
Yeah, it may not, no one ever answered it.
Nobody answered that shit.
What was the question?
Could you end racism by getting married? Can black people end racism by getting married?
What dumb shit is that?
You know what's weird though? It be some angry black women on this app. I think it's this app.
Oh yeah.
Because I interact with black women all the time. They're cool as fuck. Like, I'm walking into the post office, they hold the door, like they walk back to hold the door. I'm like, they cool as fuck. Into a corridor storm. In real life, I hear on this app. Like,
all the evil, man. You
gotta be up to
It's mine.
Like, that is not
That's a lie. Even when they say stuff like, I do know some girls that are on the paper thing, but very few. I don't know. Maybe it's her brother. One of my friends, they got their own business.
You gotta recuse yourself, Gemini.
I don't think. My friends that do their own bills, they gonna be like grinding trying to rip it in their head. Like, they just be like, now, don't get me wrong, they will judge you based off of certain things, but that's because they don't want that shit in their mind. They're listening to you. Because they can't look at it.
In real life, I swear, you're really nice to me.
I give you the gift.
I never say that, but
Hello? I'm practicing mandolin. Hurry up now.
There's some good laws out there. The bylaws, they're pretty nice to me. So I'm just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Women are ignorant.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Y'all are very like, y'all will grab somebody, grab them. Y'all grab women. They don't talk to you. Y'all be nasty to them.
Yeah, I don't do that. I guess in my life, bro. I mean, like maybe a gentle just all that snap and stuff. And then they'll look at you and they'll smile. They kind of depend on how you do it, but all that aggressive shit, I don't do shit like that to me.
Grabbing the back of her arm and pulling her
Yeah. She like get off me, she got to struggle away from me type shit. Well, you ladies, y'all experience a lot, so I definitely yeah, that's why.
The way dudes be acting to the third people in those meetings.
Let's find out what strangers do when they have $0 in their bank.
Very straight, thirsty, very thirsty. This lady tried to get an argument with her. She said something about black men. She looked through her PTR, so she had a picture of herself and that cat, Dr. Uno. And when I looked at that, I'm like, well, either she's dating me or she's super thirsty. Because in the picture, the ladies, you take a picture with a man, you place your hand on his chest. And that's a very intimate thing. Like, women don't do that. Like, women do shit like that. A woman will be in the picture. Take shape, look at the picture. You make it in the room. Do that shit. Tell you that woman is into that dude. That woman is sending up. Those ladies is just like, they got the whole name. So when I was making out, she was like, dudes like that. I was very thirsty. Yeah, well, she was just saying negative things about black men. Like, she was just saying being very negative.
Like what? Generalization, stereotypes.
Yeah, all the regular shit you hear in Clubhouse and
So you have a lot of young fans. Yes, I did an album that I don't know whether it was big over here, but it was very big in the United States and Germany and China and Japan and all that place called Thriller. Michael Jackson.
What is it taking one for the team thing? From my understanding, y'all want to have like this 3 of y'all and 4-year-olds, and they're just like one for y'all. The dude will still do whatever, just so his friends can.
Yeah, you can do whatever. Keep a
$30 million.
Yep, I've done it.
You know what?
Yeah,
Girls will never do that. Girls will never do that.
No, they be saying we gotta go. That's what y'all do.
If your friend touch me, I'm gonna touch them. Or they be like, I'm not talking.
Yo, so Gemini, you know what's dope if you talk to if it's a bunch of women, and in that group there's one woman that you like, and each other, right? Her girlfriends, if they give you out, and if they don't, they're like, hey, then you're good. But if they don't like you, man,
You gotta let the group. You buy everybody a drink.
Yeah. But if the group don't like a man, they will let that dude know. Even if he buying drinks, if he's a gump, they'll just let him buy drinks and they just diss him all night and play jokes with him, and all of that. Meanwhile, they're just spending money away.
They ain't none of them taking her seriously. They're like, yo, we got one, ladies. You know what I'm saying? We got one.
Espresso did not like my statement. Okay, y'all very much.
Yeah, but you can never sucker a woman into talking. Like they'll be like, go with me. And his friend might, I don't care if his friend's feeling I'll go with you if you're scared, but I'm not his friend, no. Like, I don't know a girl that take 113. Then I hear that take 113, y'all just like
That's a good wingman. That's protocol.
You just keep her company and be nice to her and just keep her company and just like chill. Like,
big girls are ugly and desperate.
Big
all big girls are all of them.
Absolutely.
They want to interfere when they are not the chosen, and you have to accommodate them on some level. Otherwise, they big.
For that server when we went live. Once we launched that server, yeah.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erector, thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, pun, pun, pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, 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 Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man. The might of Pan. Pan, 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 Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea specific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a wingless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward with no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of its high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease
rhythm below is irregular and slow, so that by being in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon, third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, and tense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Grasp all these things in one accord, time that the midnight blossoms flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high conscious loss. Pierce to the heart I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rose afar, O brother of the silver star. Dreaming! There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the fitted babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless spark. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen from inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still the ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen land. Last, all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling blue. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh, brother of the silver star. Ready, ahead!
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and misery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 Pan. I am the man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am awake. In the grip of the snake, the eagle flashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast coming upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy maid, I am thy man, God of thy flock, I am God, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pam, Pan, Pam, Pam, Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast come. Your plan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Monica maiden, maid of land, in the might of Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, Pan, the old Pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease with thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, shifting softly as a wind of storm. Let the will to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame striking and stirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still the ecstasy, prolonged by meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last of these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flood. The oneness is yes, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression shoot, thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even this high consciousness. Yes, the heart I leave thee here, thou art the last of my revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star.
rocks, new solstice, stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maideth man, in the might of Pan, Eopan, 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 Pan, Pan, Eopan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm view, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost, all these things in one are powered, timed at the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Cry, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan.
slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come your pen. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born, I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man in the mile of
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 I am a nun. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pum, 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 I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come, open, I am born. To death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopam, pam, 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 pam. I am thy maid, I am thy man, good of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I reap and I rend everlasting world without end. Manikin, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. Eopam, pam, 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 pam. Eopam, eopam, pam, 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 pam. Eopam. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee.
is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity of the most. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. So adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who made us the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of sorry thought and the word of madness and mystery. Open, open, pum 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 pum. I am alone. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, pum 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice ever to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopam, 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 pam, 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 Eopam.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny eye, and the word of man. To us the world has a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, flesh to thy bone, floor to thy land. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. The solstice governed to equinox, and I rave and I reap and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money, king, maiden, man of the might of on. Pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one are powered, timed at the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great seas Pacific soon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Blast all these things in one or power, timed at the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. the open mind, and the token erect of thorny pine, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, Eopan, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, Eopan, 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 pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The God withdrawn, the great beast comes. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Gold of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hooves of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and in maiden, maiden,
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, 8 C's Pacific swoon. Third, thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its empty. Watch this, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Flow like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy guns to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance rules afar, O brother of the silver star. Great!
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its end.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance
Hour after hour thy vigilance.
intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn. Next, still thy ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Let the midnight blossom,
Thou shalt not do amid
darkling root,
discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erector, thorny thigh and the word pun, yo pun, 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 pun. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, yo pun, pun. I am awake in the grip of the straw. The great beasts come. Yo pun, 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 pun. I am thy maiden, flower to thy rock, with roofs of steel. I race on the rocks through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I yo pun, 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 yo pun, yo pun.
There are 7 keys to the great gates, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm
being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific shore. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of liberty. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still an ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glands rest, even of his high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and one in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Observated thus thou mayst avoid the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered. Time that the midnight blossoms flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou strain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding in form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. All of the master I revere. Thy radiance that rose afar. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid, thus thou mayst abort the figured ways that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen of inwardness, now as another balances. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Peace to the heart I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh, brother of the silver star. Ready,
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, oh Pani, oh Pan. the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pam, pam, pam. I am a man, do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, open, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. You to death on the horn of the pan, pan, pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, might of pan, the open, pan, the open. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swaying softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis, sixth on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and starred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still the ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yes, even in this my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling roots. Dismiss, yes, the heart I leave
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny pie and the word of madness and mystery. O pan, o pan, we o pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, o pan, o pan, o pan, o pan, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. The old I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Go to thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With hoops of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, maided man, in the might of Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 O There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of ill. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm below, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy light be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unheard, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, passion steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost, all these things in one are powered. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Crowley! Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, open, ye open, ye open, ye open, pan, 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 pan. I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. He, O Pan. He, O Pan. He, O Pan, Pan. Awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come on. I am God. He, O God. He, O God.
I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man. In the might of Pan. Be your Pan, be your Pan, 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 be your Pan, be your Pan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Pan, I am a man. Do as thou wilt as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast calm me upon. I am born to death on the hold of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave.
Of the open pine, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, open, pum, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come, open, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pum, 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 pum. I am thy maid, I am thy man, good of thy flock. I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I reap and I rend, everlasting world without end. Manikin maiden maynard none in the might of Pan. Io God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten.
Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost.
I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone.
Unity uttermost.
I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, pum 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 pum, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, pan, oh, pan, oh, pan, oh, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pan, I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice summer to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 the might of Pan. Eopan, 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 pam, 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 Eopan. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of 25, and the word of madness and mystery. To us the world has a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. Pan, 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 pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am gold, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, maid of the might of Pan. Pan, pan, There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8.
First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one power, timed at the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. Drain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Krali, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind
Stirred, burn up thy being in one word.
next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Blast all these things in one or power, timed at the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
It's to the heart I leave thee. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star, crying,
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny pie, and the word of madness and mystery. Open, Eopen, 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 pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, Eopen, 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 pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast comes. Eopen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I Till I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend everlasting, world without end. Mannequin, maiden, 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 in the mind of Pan. Pan, 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 Pan.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turn inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen Last, all these things in one o'erpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rules afar, oh brother.
And 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow,
so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward, miss
no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, strength and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Past all these things in one were powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling loop.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
Give me the subject of thorny thought and the word of madness and mystery. Open, 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 pum, 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 pum. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, 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 pun. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Eopard, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopard. Thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to equals. And I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, and the might of Pan. Pan, 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 Pan. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific shore. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still on every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expressions youth, thy glance do rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of his high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that grows afar. Oh, brother of the silver
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and one in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Thoughts rigid thus thou mayst abort, death rhythm below, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea calms,
sway softly as a windless palm. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands. Hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inwardness, no atom of analysis. Fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. Soar like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Grasp all these things in one powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou strain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. All of the Master I revere. Thy radiance that rose afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Ready? There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the figured waves that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a windless palm. Let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour and keys of inwardness, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought pinned, still every whisper of the wind, soar like a stirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one powered, time that the midnight blossom shall not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root. Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here. Thou art
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast coming upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy maid, I am thy man. God of thy flock, I am God, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rip and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the might of Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pani, oh, Pan. Give me the sign, the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pam, Pan, Pam, Pam, Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as the great God can. Oh, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, yo, Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come. Yo, Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pani, oh, Pani, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Coat of thy flock, I am gold, I am gold. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maiden man. In the might of Pan, the old Pan, the old Pan, Pan, the old Pan. keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swift thought divinely free. Every thought that springs enhanced, hour after hour. What a love analysis, 6 on 1 thought of thy being in ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong. Slain even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lost all these things in one overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yes, even in this my son, thou shalt not miss. If thou restrain expression shoots thy glance to rapture's darkling roots, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Yes, heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance, thy rules afar. O brother of the silver star.
Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny eye, and the word of madness and mystery. O Pan, O Pan, we O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. The old man, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, the Pan, the Pan, Pan, Pan. On the rocks, whose souls get stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rake, and I rip, and I rend.
7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm below, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and
the Methallian trying to take over.
Well, they were they were Canaanites themselves, which is similar to like Christianity in essence, is a similar story where you have a group.
Hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss, no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Lost all these things in one are powered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star, Crowley. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man.
Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan. O Pan, O Pan, O Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake.
The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come open. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am born, I am thy knight, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rip, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maynard, man. In the might of Pan, give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rape, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. I king, maiden, maynard, man, in the might of
of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, I am awake in the grip of the snake. Eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beast come, upon I am born. To death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy maid, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy heart, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I reap and I reap and I reap and I rend everlasting world without end. Money king, maiden, maynard man, in the might of Pan. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten. Nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost showed. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God the eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity uttermost. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makes the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity of the most. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and dead to tremble before thee. I adore thee. God eternal, he begets not and is not begotten, nor is there like unto him anyone. Unity of the most. And all the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore thee.
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of 45 and the word of madness and mystery. Open, open, pum 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 pum. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Open, open, pum 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 pum. I am awake in the grip of the slave. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast on me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am high upon, pan, 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 pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Part of thy flock, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel, I race on the rocks. Through solstice, discover to equinox, and I rave,
pun, pun, I a pun, me a pun, pun, pun.
To us the world has a great God I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come me upon. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. To solstice, stubborn to equinox, and I rave and I rape and I rip and I render the lost in world without end. Money king, maiden, maiden, maid of the might of on. Pan, pan, pan. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific soul. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Saying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one accord, tied at the midnight blossom flowers. The oneness is yet even in this,
My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding informed sight and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I reveal. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Crying, aha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next